portion is when the commission hears preliminary presentations on projects for consideration. There is no public testimony taken during the briefing portion of the meeting. And if I could begin with a audio access check for our commissioners, I'll just call names and please respond.
All the audio now unmuted.
Commissioner Askey.
Here.
Commissioner Blackwell.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown, no. Commissioner Burton Falk.
Here.
Commissioner Dietrich, no. Commissioner Dick.
Here.
Great, thanks, Holly. Commissioner Mingo.
Ortiz is going for meeting. Camera off. Camera off.
Condor here. Commissioner O'Neill. Okay, great. Okay, so let's get started. We have 4 items on briefing. I'll read through all 4. The first item is DCP MPZC 2019-00675, University of Pittsburgh Institutional Master Plan. Item B is DCP ZDR 2021-00242, address 725 Penn Avenue. Item C is ZDR 2020-07260, address 925 Technology Drive. And item D is Lawrenceville Inclusionary Housing Zoning Overlay Amendment. So we begin with item A, which is DCP MPZC 2019-00675, University of Pittsburgh Institutional Master Plan. Ms. Rakes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commission members. This is the second of 3 briefings for the Pitt Institutional Master Plan. We have confirmed the hearing date, which will be April 20th. So that'll be a month from the last briefing to when they come back for hearing. The presentation that you'll see today includes questions and issues that the commission's raised last time. And then it does start with new content, including projects in the 10-year development envelope. And these projects are in the Lower Hillside District, Hilltop District, and West Hilltop District. So over the past year or so, staff has worked with the university on the master plan and raised comments and questions and helped them refine the plan. And the university has addressed a significant number of comments and questions from the city, but there's some issues that remain, and I'll outline these as they're related to projects in the 10-year development envelope. So these will likely be items that staff will be recommending conditions of approval on when this comes back for hearing. Again, these are staff recommendations, so the commission could choose to accept them or reject them or develop their own conditions or no conditions at all. So for the projects in the 10-year development envelope today, one of our general comments about all the development sites is that we recommended that all new parking be integrated into a structure except for where they would need surface ADA, so accessible parking. So for the sites being presented today, this would be site 5A. We would recommend that surface parking limited to ADA parking only. Second, one issue that was for a significant number of the sites in the 10-year development envelope is that we would recommend ground floor transparency. So requirements for new buildings would have to have the transparent glass at a certain percentage at the ground floor. And so for the sites that are being presented today, this would be for site 5A, Trees Hall, site 5B, the OC lot development, 5C, the Peterson Bowl infill, site 5F, the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse replacement, site 7A, which is the Recreation and Wellness Center, site 7B, which is the WIPIC expansion, and then site 7C, which is the Lower Hillside housing. And then getting on to several sort of site-specific comments that staff had for 5D on the playing field site, we would recommend a wider sidewalk on Robinson Street than 5 feet. This is a narrow sidewalk on an important connection into campus, and there is a sidewalk on only one side of the street. For site 7B, which is the WIPIC expansion, this is a challenging site. It's identified in the institutional master plan as a low or a difficult public realm area. And it's a steep site. The project will allow, in the 10-year development envelope, it would allow up to a 220-foot tall building and no required step backs or step backs. And it would allow an additional 585 cars on this pedestrian route into the Peterson Event Center. So staff is recommending for this site that this language be added to the institutional master plan. The university shall work with city planning and Department of Mobility and Infrastructure staff at the earliest stage of site development to approve building placement, massing, and vehicular access, including curb cut width. And for the last comment for the site 7C, which is the lower hillside housing, we are recommending a wider minimum sidewalk width than 6 feet, as this site has a allowable height of up to 200 feet and no step backs are required. So with that introduction, I do see our folks from Pitt on. If you guys just want to just unmute yourself and make sure we can hear you.
Sure. Mic check. Check 1, 2.
Great. Perfect. I will turn it over to you to make the presentation. Just let us know when you want us to move the slides forward.
Okay, great. Thanks, Kate. Good afternoon, commissioners. Owen Cooks, Assistant Vice Chancellor, Planning, Design, and Real Estate for the university. We're here for our second briefing. Go to the next slide. There we go. Brief agenda today. We're going to follow up from some comments and questions that we had from our last get together. We're also going to review the urban design guides, which is chapter 5, the only chapter that we didn't touch upon last time. And we're going to begin to look at the 10-year development sites, which is the balance of chapter 5. We split this up across this briefing and the next briefing, given the number of sites and the amount of detail. So I'm going to turn it over to Mary Beth McGrew to take us through the first part of our presentation.
Next slide. Good afternoon, commissioners and planning staff. This word cloud represents some of the comments that we heard from our last presentation on the slides. Next slide. And I want to start out with an example that speaks to many of those questions. This is the existing hillside on the bluff of the university. And in that, you'll see that the very steep linear steps. You'll see that where our goats are, that we have a lot of invasive species. The goats do their best to get rid of it every spring, but it's back. And then you can see some of the trees that are there. Some are healthy, some are not. And I want to talk a little more about this hillside. Next slide. So the plans for the redevelopment of our existing hillside, we have a number of projects planned there, 7A, 7C, 5C, 5B. And one of the questions about how do we integrate these disparate sites and give a sense of place, I think the hillside is a perfect place to describe that. On the right-hand side, you'll see what we call landscape character zones that have been developed with our landscape architects and biologists. And I want to look at the hillside. I'm going to draw your attention to the colors. The blue represents what we call the sylvan, which is heavily forested areas. The yellow-orange color, rusticated, represents a transition. And then the urbane represents a more architectural framework where things are more manicured, as you might find on the lower hill area. We've called this on the left, that slide represents our green ribbon starting at Shenley and go all the way up through our campus to the very top of the hill which represents the athletic district. Our thoughts about these that are at this point in time in history with the pandemic and our extreme weather events, engaged landscapes are more important than ever. On the steep hillside slope of North Oakland, we have 4 major building projects that we have planned, and we believe the development of these projects on the hillside offers us and the community an opportunity to rethink the nature of the relationship between the more urban edge and what is on top of the hill, the more sylvan edge. Vastly different yet complementary topography and character of the hillside. It's this very difference, we believe, that creates a sense of unity and cohesion between the disparate architecture and celebrates a hillside by showing a network of horizontal and accessible paths that connect these new developments in a way that hasn't been on the hillside before. A canopy, tree canopy expansion, and a tree replacement strategy for a more sustainable reforestation a green and engineered strategies for stormwater management, a unique setting of spaces for enjoyment and education with view sheds, social spaces, quiet spaces, and a landscape to be sought out and remembered. The urbane, on the next slide, please. These are just examples, renderings of what that might look like. The urbane is characterized by a formal, highly trafficked, more architectural area, and a rusticated, well, I'm going to go to the Sylvan next, is more informal. You wouldn't find the trees all in a row, minimally trafficked in a more natural setting. And then the rusticated is a seamless blend between the two. And we believe that these create a much different hillside than we have today. Next slide, please. So this slide 7 represents a little bit of the conversation about trees. I know we spoke with Kara yesterday about this, but the idea of the sustainable reforestation, expressed much better by our biologists, but I'll give it a shot here, is that the understory is specifically planted with very specific species. And then as the canopy expands over the years, some of those smaller, lower species die out. And this whole mechanism that we can both look at the caliber, but also the canopy, gives us a much more scientifically based reforestation. If you like to read the New York Times, there was a great article in there a couple of weeks ago about the whole network of roots and fungus under the soil, that when instead of clear cutting a soil top, some of the larger trees are left there because it's believed there is something they leave in the soil that helps the new growth sustain itself. So we're very excited about this tree canopy cover and our tree replacement strategy that we think will give us a much more human engaged landscape and a longer lasting hillside. So next slide, please. Again, just an illustration of the landscape character zones and how they relate to the key canopy expansion and the tree replacement strategy. Again, the urbane, the rusticated, the sylvan. One of the easy things to see is that instead of benches, we might have rock seating, and how all of those begin to show how the green of the hillside starts at the top. It changes as it goes down to the hillside, but it's a continuous green ribbon. Next slide, please. So the design guides, I'm not going to read them all to you, but I wanted to talk about these since they are a requirement in the institutional master plan. And the next slide. One of the ways to think about our campus is the upper, low, middle, and lower. While that's a bit of an artificial boundary, it is illustrated in the topography where the upper is much more steep, the mid-campus is more easily traversed, and the lower campus, which is flat. The red line represents the historic district, a very important part that our campus both resides inside of and borders. And so when we talk about these different slides and the way we think about our urban design guides, next slide, please. I think one thing we want to do, and that I've shown one of these slides earlier before, is think about accessibility. That's a very important part of our design guides. Next slide. Talk a bit about historic preservation. We recognize, which is why we've divided our campus this way for the sake of illustration, that the historic nature of the campus requires both renovated and new buildings to have a much heavier consideration of the surrounding area, much more respect for the language, some of the Greek revival and styles that we see illustrated in these. And we need to approach those buildings in a much different way. Next slide, please. So architectural character, we could talk about that for a long time, but basically this section acknowledges that the areas of campus that require different starting points for the discussion of the buildings, specifically the Oakland Civic Center, the residential area and athletic areas, the East Campus development and West Campus development. And each of those areas contributes something different to how a building might look when it's in our building site in those zones. And we know that we need to acknowledge the strong styles of the older buildings, even those that aren't historic, but that have an important character contribution to how Oakland looks and feels. Next slide, please. The streetscape is a very important part of how we all see the city. And the slide on the lower left, where you see the yellow band represents O'Hara Street. This is an example where there are opportunities where we can look at ground cover on our more shallow topographical sites, and where there's opportunities for street trees, for some of the green stormwater practices is espoused by PWSA, and opportunities to capture views and provide a safe and lovely environment that accommodates both the natural world and people in motorized and non-motorized forms of movement. The slide on the upper right suggests that there are vistas and views that we should always keep in mind when we have an opportunity to frame them. And on the bottom right, lastly, the most recently completed Bigelow Boulevard in partnership with the city provides everything from stormwater to traffic calming devices and a more pleasant path of travel for all. Next slide. Open spaces, we talked a bit about that. I'm going to go back to the old language of Kevin Lynch. I think he wrote best about it when he talked about we have private open spaces that represents our green roof on the law school. We have public-private spaces where the oval in the upper right, it belongs to the William Pitt Union, but it's open for anyone to walk through, to take a bench, sit down, read a book, and just enjoy themselves. And it should be nice and shady and a break from our very extreme sunny days. And then we have our public, fully public. An example of that is the Shenley Lawn. So it's a way that we think about open spaces where we have the opportunity to fit them in the community in whatever zone we're in. Next slide, please. Lastly, signage and wayfinding. One of the complaints, only next to housing and the need for a grocery store, was signage and wayfinding. People find it confusing to get around and to find certain buildings. And we know that our wayfinding and signage at Pitt is integrally tied into the city in some of those big orange nodes. Some of them maybe are just a Pitt sign, but most of them are likely community signs where Pitt is one of many institutions in the Oakland neighborhood. And we'd like to spend some time kind of upgrading some of our signage and working with the community and the city to get better wayfinding for all of our visitors. Next slide. One of the things we talked about during this IMP is an art committee and giving a little more conversation to design. So the university has started two things. One, an art committee to take a look at where we have art on campus, where the opportunities are to see the space in a different light when we put a piece of art there, to connect with the community as they start to do art and maybe to the museums and to CMU. So this is a newly formed committee. We put a little bit on hold because of COVID, but I think it's a wonderful opportunity to change and illustrate our urban environment in ways that we haven't even started to explore. That was formally announced in last February, and we now have 2 student projects in the works. There'll be temporary art exhibits, but we hope to have those moving forward soon. The second thing that the university has done is create a design review committee. That committee is specific. It doesn't replace any of our regulatory functions that we have from the city and the state, But again, it's a way to give conversations specifically to design intentions and how those intentions are translated into the different neighborhoods that we're fortunate enough and the different environments that we're fortunate enough to have on this urban campus. So that's just a brief trip through that chapter on the section on urban design guides, but a bit about how we'll use them in our different building sites. So imagine we'll do questions at the end, Ellen, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Great. Thanks, Beth. We can go to the next slide. So we're going to do part 1 of 2 of development sites. We've chosen sites that most closely relate to some of the slides that Beth just shared with us, and sort of clustered them together by geography. We did divide our master plan into different districts, but we felt like sticking to proximate geography was probably the best way to present the materials. Next slide. So these are the sites we're reviewing today, outlined in red, and we've got the names and number references there. We can go to the next slide. These are sites we'll review at our next briefing in 2 weeks, basically the balance of the sites to be covered then. Next slide. And I just wanted to call your attention that during the IMP process, some sites kind of came and went. Some started in the 10-year plan, ended up in the 25-year plan, which we shared during the first briefing. And others were taken out of the plan entirely, needing some more thought before we would put them in an IMP or an IMP amendment process. So some of these yellow sites circled here were ones that were in the plan at one point, but are not currently in our proposed plan. Next slide. This is an example from our medical district. This actually was approved through a variance process in the middle of our IMP because of the timing and need for this project. But I use it as an example of the rest of the sites we're going to go through today and in our briefing coming up in a couple of weeks. So to understand what we call the yellow box, this is all potential development, and it represents potentially the maximum height, the setbacks, any step backs that might be there. And then there are other limitations beyond the yellow box that you'll see in each individual site. We limit by square footage, we limit by use, we describe sidewalk widths, et cetera. But all of these are just hypothetical. Some projects we've already advanced some planning on, and for those, we know a little bit more about it and have tried to put more detail in. Others we don't, and so it just represents something which might be built. The other thing is our plan is pretty aggressive with building. I don't think that Pitt has the capacity in a number of different measures to undertake every project within the 10-year development envelope. But we needed the flexibility as the next 10 years evolves to undertake those projects that come through the funding decision-making process, the needs of the university, and so on, so that we had the flexibility, minimizing the amount of amendments that we may need to make. So some of the slides I'm going to show you show, again, this maximum possible potential, but in reality, I think we're going to be looking at something less. As an example, you can see in the right-hand side of this yellow box what the actual addition to SCAFE ended up being, as opposed to the potential box that was there. And so we anticipate each of these sites will go through a similar process as the individual projects are carried forward. Next slide. So the Lower Hillside District is the first site we're going to look at. It's bordered by O'Hara, DeSoto, and parts of University Drive. It's kind of a mid-campus transition zone to the upper campus. And a lot of the projects within this district, or the proposed developments, actually will play a direct role in us achieving some of the accessibility goals we have in the IMP of connecting the lower and the upper campus. There was some road and utility work that's recently been completed along University Drive that was enabling projects for these three potential developments. A lot of these developments have had some early planning, particularly 7A and 7C. And so after IMP process and presuming approval, we'll be marching very quickly toward plan development approval for those projects. As we do that, as with any project, each of those projects has its own plan development approval process involving a public process, RCO meetings, et cetera. So we'll be building upon the good public input that we had to develop the IMP, to refine it then on a project by project basis. Next slide. This is one of those potential if all projects were done sort of thing. The blue circles represent the 3 sites that we were looking at on the plan view before and the relationship to some of the other sites in there. We recognize that with all of those intersecting sites that the public realm is something we have to pay very close attention to. And so this is one of 2 districts within our master plan that we've suggested will need to develop a public realm plan attached to one of those early projects, so we can ensure the streetscape and urban presence and pedestrian experience are all in the forefront of our minds. And I think the slides that Beth demonstrated earlier, a lot of which were in our master plan, will help shape and guide that vision. Next slide. So this is a typical excerpt from our master plan when it's dealing with a very specific site. This is site 7A, our Rec and Wellness Center. A couple things I want to point out in the plan view. There are red and blue lines on the potential floor plan or floor plate of this development. The blue lines indicate suggested active uses. So where it kind of made sense that this site borders a major street like O'Hara, it seems obvious that the active uses would be in there. And within that active use zone is where we would have our transparency goals that we've written out in some specificity in the master plan. The red lines indicate suggested service areas. So the likely areas, the alley between Whippick and this development site, for example, are the likely areas where service would occur and loading for the buildings. We call them suggested in the plan keys because in sites that aren't as well developed in terms of their planning, it's hard to say that we'll know exactly where some of those active uses will actually go and some of those service uses will actually go. Staff did recommend a change in the language on ground floor transparency. And I think that's a matter of semantics there, but given that these lines may change, we prefer the language that we would include active uses where it's provided as opposed to where it's suggested, because we think that the suggestions, particularly on less developed sites, might steer the architecture in a way that the eventual project would not be successfully developed. And I'll demonstrate that in a later site view. This particular development, like the Peterson Event Center, is a really key development in terms of providing access to the hillside. So we would see an internal set of vertical circulation, either escalators or elevators, to go from O'Hara to the back part of the site, which is halfway up the hillside, in the same way that the Peterson Event Center serves that purpose today. Go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. One other comment on this one. We had suggested some parking spaces here. The way that the planning is going now, it's probably not going to end up having any of that maximum parking that's associated with it. This site does remove both the existing O'Hara garage as well as the LRDC building next to it. But we have other ways in the master plan to maintain that net neutral parking that we talked about in the first briefing. Next slide. 7B, the Whippick expansion. This is a tough site. Kate did comment on that earlier about the public realm side and the service side sort of are the one and the same along DeSoto Street. So that's always challenging. The face of the existing garage now runs along that in parallel with DeSoto. And it would be our intent that it would still be a garage. It's kind of tough with the Peterson Event Center there, not having more parking for events, particularly with O'Hara coming down and taking away a lot of that event parking. So this is an opportunity, and we share this parking with WIPIC and UPMC to put the parking where it's needed. We do have some challenges to overcome in terms of how that impacts the pedestrian experience, but at the end of the day, the car needs to get where the car needs to get, and the people need to get where the people need to get. And we have to do that in the most sensitive way possible. So this site looks at both a parking expansion and then potentially additional expansion to WIPIC itself in a part of this build up to 220 feet on this site. Next slide. Site 7C, again, this is a site like 7A that's been pretty thoroughly developed from an early planning standpoint. We know we want to put a residence hall here, approximately 700 beds. We know that we're going to replace some of that parking we lose in O'Hara underneath that residence hall, so it'll have a podium below it along the realigned University Drive. And we believe that the setback along University Drive at 6 foot is appropriate for the type of space it is. University Drive is a private road. This isn't a great opportunity for increasing the urban realm on this site. We kind of see the top of this hillside falling in more of that sylvan category. And so less width on the walks and more planting and trees is how we see the development of that site. We do continue the accessibility on the hillside with this building. So you'll be able to go from the lower level of the garage through a common lobby that's not restricted necessarily to residents up to the high side of the site. And we look for a lot of great pedestrian connections between toward the left of this site and the back of the proposed rec center in site 7A. Next slide. The next district we're going to focus on is the Hilltop District, and we have 5 development sites here. This is all at the highest elevation of campus, and this district is bisected by Aliquippa. The primary uses in this district are for athletics and recreation, and that will probably continue as we develop future opportunities within this district. Next slide. Again, like the previous district along O'Hara, we see the Aliquippa corridor as being another area where a public realm plan will come into play. And so an early project that kicks off the development within this district will have to address that public realm in terms of streetscape and the urban experience, pedestrian experience, et cetera. The blue circles, again, indicate the district that we're talking about, and we kind of filled in some of the details in the other districts and their potential developments. Next slide. The Trees Hall site, site 5A, we anticipate maintaining the pool facility in Trees, which is to the left side of the building. That's where the natatorium is, but we do see that the right 2/3 of the building are likely to be replaced. The structure in Trees, while we could reinvest in the pool side, there's no need for reinvestment on the balance of the site as the new rec center takes most of that program to site 7A. And so we're looking at a redevelopment of that 2/3 of the site. We see the Aliquippa side as being that active use side. With service around the back or down the Robinson Street extension. So same comment about the active use and ground floor transparency. We're showing where it's suggested, but the actual site, depending how much of it we might develop, whether it's the whole 2/3 or just something on the corner from the OC lot, is yet to be determined. The other aspect that was recommended we look at is on structured parking. In this site, there is no parking anticipated except for accessory use parking, which would include ADA. We were very careful in our language to call out accessory use as also including ADA. There are other uses that sites have for a small amount of parking located directly near the site. We can't always fit everyone in a loading dock, and so when we have contract personnel or maintenance personnel that need to service a building, it's more convenient to have a couple of spots where they can access for that reason. ADA obviously is a big reason for that. We also have certain programs within our academic facilities that have a small clinical component. So we've had a couple of projects here recently where we've been planning MRI facilities where you need to have proximate parking for someone coming in for a clinical thing in a research operation. So we've been pretty cautious about limiting that. In this case, we've limited it to not to exceed 10, including whatever ADA requirements may be necessary, depending on how the future development of parking develops in that area. We are proposing some additional sidewalk width around the trees development, so increasing Aliquippa from 10 to 15, and then increasing from 6 to 10, and keeping the 10 on the north side of the Robinson Street extension. Again, this would be further analyzed, particularly the Aliquippa side, with that public realm study. Another thing we've suggested along the west side is that some potential for additional sidewalk width could come with the removal of on-street parking. So this is something we would like to dialogue with DOMI about at each project's individual development to see if removing some parking to increase that sidewalk width is possible. Next slide. 5B is the OC lot redevelopment. Again, we've put a suggested active use along Aliquippa with some service uses up near the cost center. We have looked at replacing some of the parking. So if we were to do a development here, it would probably be desirous to us to replace that parking, possibly underground, with the development on top. We have looked at widening that sidewalk width along Aliquippa from 8 to 15 feet. But here's an example of a site that, depending on how it gets developed, it's challenging for us to go anything beyond the suggested language in the key to the where provided language in the actual development that gets proposed. If we were to only develop something on the top of the OC lot, then the blue line would be meaningless because there wouldn't be any development along Aliquippa. That's currently a steep hillside now. And so, again, these represent potential development envelopes. And so with the ability of that active use line or those service lines to shift around, that's why we are suggesting that it's probably more appropriate at each individual project development to actually pin down where that active use would occur, and then follow the guidelines that we've proposed in the IMP for the percentage of transparency along that occurrence. Next slide. 5C is the Peterson Bowl infill. So this was where Pitt Stadium was. We have an underutilized green space there now that has a lot of drainage issues, and so we're looking at a development there. Same comment about active use and transparency. We're suggesting that there at the corner of DeSoto at the bottom of the site and towards the top where the plaza next to the Peterson Event Center leading up to Aliquippa is are the most likely active use areas. We have looked at potentially some parking underneath that site. It's a little bit challenging with also developing the WIPIC site, and whether both get developed or not, again, is uncertain. But the potential exists. This site is in early planning. We are most likely going to put an arena and sports facility in this location. So we did have some early planning that helped us define the yellow box, if you will, and maximum square footage and the heights involved in this site. Next slide. 5D is the playing field site. This is the site of the current sports dome, the white bubble that's behind the Tower View garage. The first development that we're anticipating is in the upper left-hand part of this site. We need a regional chiller plant, and those plans have advanced, and we'll be seeking plan development approval on that soon, post the IMP approval. It's an unusual site in that it really doesn't have a front to define active use for. We've suggested a couple of service uses that are obvious. It's also one of those sites that's likely to develop over time. So while the chiller plant only takes up the upper left-hand corner, there's the potential for other developments where the sports dome is now, or behind where the sports dome is now, and adjacent to the cost center. So it's a little bit of an unknown site at this point, with the exception of that upper left-hand corner development along Robinson Street extension. We'll have to look more into staff's comment about the sidewalk width. I know we don't want to dig in that hillside any more than we have to. We also have the potential on that site, working with DOMI, to remove street parking to pick up the additional width down Robinson Street extension. Next slide. Site 5F, Fitzgerald Fieldhouse. This is a site that we're early in the studying right now. A lot of the programs within Fitzgerald would move to the arena, the bowl site next to the Peterson. And so we're looking at what reuse opportunities we have for the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse. Although we wanted to keep the potential to redevelop the entire site if a reuse of the fieldhouse proved infeasible. So we've developed suggested active uses along Aliquippa and Dara Street, to a lesser extent along Sutherland, and that depends whether we use that hillside for development or leave it as it is today, which is more of a vegetated hillside. There's the potential for some parking here as well. As with the rest of the master plan, our overall goal is no net new parking, but we have a variety of options depending where we need to go with parking losses to make that up on different development sites. And this would be one of those sites where potentially we might make that up. We were sensitive along the Dara Street side in terms of protecting the neighborhood. So there's a pretty generous step back there to ensure that the building doesn't inappropriately encroach upon the neighborhood on that side of Dara. Next slide. The West Hilltop District completes the Hilltop. Right now, this is where our softball, baseball, and soccer practice and competition fields are, along with the support structures for that development. Next slide. A lot of what we anticipate there are additional facilities that might support that. So batting facilities, potentially a pavilion shared by soccer and baseball. And so it's a little difficult to locate those precisely. So again, we sort of stretched our yellow box around those fields to capture where potential development could be. Obviously, it won't be a strange misshapen building like what we see in the development envelope, but it could occur within that boundary to a modest height of 60 feet measured along Robertson Street extension. So additional support buildings could go in there. The total development of all the sites within the yellow box, no more than 150,000 square feet. Next slide. So that's it for part one of the development sites, and earlier our review of chapter 5 and the design guide. So Beth and I'd be happy to take any questions or comments from the commission.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, there's no public testimony. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments? There must be some. I have some questions and comments. First of all, though, I just want to disclose I have a relationship with the institution, not with this project. It does not affect my ability to hear this project. I would like to, first of all, thank you for bringing back information that we asked for. And it's obvious that there's a lot of thought in here. And so we're just barely absorbing the things that you've thrown at us. So thank you for giving us this time to bite off chunks of it. I think that these are some, I'll start with some small ones and then a bigger question. First of all, I think the signage and wayfinding plan is good, admirable. It would be great as it gets implemented that it acknowledges the communities in which people are leaving Pitt to go into. And so I don't think you said anything that contradicts this, but it would be nice to have both an entry and a sense, not just an entry into the university, but an entry into the neighborhoods so that the students at Pitt kind of understand that they're entering Pittsburgh's neighborhoods when they traverse. Second, I think your public art, the idea that you're talking about with rethinking the public art strategy is exciting. And I really look forward to hearing more about that. I'm sure you're already in touch with the Office of Public Art. If not, they're great to work with in thinking that through. I also really appreciate the tree canopy cover evolution and credit system that you're proposing. And thank you for explaining that. The big question that I have relates to the relationship of your green space, which was, fairly thought out in the beginning of the presentation, and then the development sites, which came in the second half. And I'll take an example site 7B, which is the, I think you might say WIPIC expansion, WPIC expansion. Because that, so just out of curiosity, trying to read this yellow envelope, and you did indeed explain to us that just because it's an envelope doesn't mean the whole thing is built, right?
Right.
So I just went through a quick calculation that if that site is somewhere between 50,000 and 55,000 square feet, and your max gross floor area is 350,000, it's a FAR of 7. So when I think about that and how that building might compose itself on the site, you're allowing yourself 220 feet of height, which is roughly 20 stories of building, right? So it's quite possible that you could have let's just say you could have a 14-story building that only takes up half that site, right? With that FAR that you've established here. Is it important in the institutional master plan at this stage to establish where you think the green spaces and the open spaces are more important? And here's why I asked that, is that we're talking about a little tiny setback on a sidewalk. But when I look at that site and I see that this wedge opens up and slides past the Peterson up the hill to that beautiful green hillside, I wonder if there isn't another level of thinking that needs to go into these envelopes to say that if we're going to maintain our hillside and this green space that we've so beautifully articulated in that drawing, this needs to be maintained to keep that green space intact. So it's not just a matter of looking at the solids of the building, but looking at the voids of the green space and helping us understand what's more important to you than other spaces. Because I really do enjoy that part of campus, and I really like that green space plan, the David Rubin plan. How do we know that you can maintain that green space plan when we're given the boxes of possible building space, but they don't speak to what's important with regards to the green space plan? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'll start with a couple of comments, and I'll turn it over to Beth. On some of the development sites, we do use a green hatching to indicate purposeful development of open space or green space or just connections between sites. And so we've tried to illustrate that in some of those. You're right, here in site 7B, we don't have that kind of development, nor do we have sort of that void that goes around the backside of WIPIC, which was beautifully illustrated in David Rubin's plan, but maybe lost a little bit, particularly in the sea of yellow boxes when we look at the urban landscape. So it might be something that we want to incorporate for illustrative purposes, but I take it to mean you want something a little bit harder. But let me turn it over to Beth, and she might have some additional comments on that.
I think site 7B is an especially difficult one since it's a parking structure and that urban edge, you can barely breathe in there. But I think had we expanded that drawing and you would see the hillside, I think it's part of the reason why the hillside became so important, because some of those mid and lower urban sites, especially if they're already there, like the Wibig garage, they're really hard to find significant areas for green. So I think if we were prioritizing them in that particular site, that would be a lesser priority, but it makes all the more the green space around the rec center or the hillside housing sites 7A and 7C, absolutely important and highest priority, because in a way they compensate for those hard urban edges that don't permit more than a street tree, which is not enough to create open space or green. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but I look at some of our sites as having all kinds of potential for green, and others, like the very one you selected, as having minimal potential because there just isn't much space around it. And it's an existing condition. But where we have new conditions, like 7C and 5C, I think it's critically important that the green space in large part determine how we place and site the building. And that's the whole premise for connecting those sites and making a green space, because we recognize that we have some on the lower, we have a few to pass through on the mid, but on the upper, again, we can engage with them.
So the plan, if I could characterize the green ribbon assumes the current open space conditions and describes something that I would assume with some signage and some green space, accessible improvements probably exists close to it already. What isn't clear is what the open space network is that you're aiming for on these development sites. And you mentioned that when the first site goes up, that there would be a public realm plan created. Is that where we get to see the network of green spaces that, it's quite possible if you take this parcel by parcel, you could have disconnected green spaces and have lost the green ribbon completely. We could have the ecology that you so beautifully described in this hillside framework plan kind of fragmented and not able to survive because, again, it's been kind of picked apart, right? Can we get in that public realm plan a sense of what the green space network is in this upper development area?
We probably could, although there are a couple other relevant pages in the IMP, which unfortunately are not in the presentation that you have. One is page 404, and one is page 421, and that's going to be PDF page 217 and a little before that do show the connectiveness of the open spaces. So that may be something we'll look at, because I think that answers your point about needing the sort of look of the green void that we have there. The urban realm plan was really to respond to the streetscape experience. It wasn't intended necessarily to go into the connected network of green spaces, but it's not to say it couldn't. It hasn't been done yet. So if that is something we need to look at, we certainly can look at incorporating that in there. And then finally, I would just say that again, we're maybe somewhat disadvantaged by talking about a lot of the sites just in this part that have had a lot of planning. And so we kind of know how we've solved for, green space and other things. Whereas some of these other development envelopes, it's a little difficult for us to set a firm green marker down when we're not exactly sure where that yellow development stops. So it is a bit challenging in that regard.
So thank you for pointing me to those pages, and I'll definitely check those out. And maybe we can just come back to it in the next session just to revisit it. And yep. I will definitely look those up. And then if you want to pull any of that material back in.
Yeah, we'll certainly pull that into our next presentation. I divided the sites such that anticipating we'd have more follow-up, so next
Also,
meeting. we'll do the
I want to
follow-up
do it.
official
Hand
links
Rob,
to
Hand
that.
Rob.
And then we'll also include the additional materials from other sections of the plan that hopefully will narrow this down a little bit.
That'd be great. I mean, it seems like the open space in the lower portion of campus is so important, and we would
Yeah.
not kind of violate the area around the cathedral, say, cathedral learning. But I think we really want to get a sense. It's also, the landscape is also really important on those upper hillsides, and so we
Yep.
just want to get a sense of how to consider it. So
Yeah, we will bring forward those materials that I believe are in the plan to better illustrate that point. Thank you for pointing that out.
great. Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Dick, yep.
With reference to the bowl site, the large bowl site beside Peterson Event Center, do you have plans eventually for constructing another large stadium there to eliminate the need for the use of Heinz Field? Or
No, it's a smaller arena facility that would take most of the sports, with the exception of track and field, from Fitzgerald into there. So wrestling, volleyball, gymnastics, cheer, dance, those would be the sports that would be accommodated in the Peterson Bowl site. So an arena that doesn't seat much over 4,000 or 5,000, I think, is what we had in the program.
okay. So the pit would continue indefinitely to utilize Heinz Field then? Right?
Yeah, I think our
Quick one.
contract goes for several more years to use Heinz Field for competition. And then we also share the Steelers Southside training facility as well. We have a practice field there that we share with them.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm on mute. Your information is very robust, and I know that even though we have it, it just takes us time to absorb it, and your
Understand.
presentation helps
Yep.
us do that. So why don't we plan on the next section of having a moment when we can ask questions on any of these sites in general, not just the ones that I've asked.
Sure, we'll include that.
Yeah, and especially these ones, because these tend to be the less visited and less familiar ones. And so people will probably get a handle on that. And then if we could ask for one more piece of information in, and maybe it's in the plan, is just the development area, the lot area for each of these. You're giving us what you want the maximum gross floor area to be, but how
Right.
big is the actual site itself?
Yeah, we can produce those numbers.
Commissioner, let's see who's here. Commissioner Askey, Commissioner Blackwell, Commissioner Burton Falk, any questions?
No, I don't have any at this time. Thank you.
No questions, Madam Chair.
I'm here, thank you. Okay, okay. Thank you very much, and we'll see you again.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Get my agenda. That takes us to item B, which is DCP ZDR 2021-00242, address 725 Penn Avenue. Mr. Kunek.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. This is an application for interior construction of 4 ground floor dwelling units and an interior fit out of approximately 800 gross square feet of ground floor area for retail sales and services limited in the Golden Triangle Subdistrict C zoning district. This address is not located within the Penn Liberty City Historic District. A virtual development activities meeting with the Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership was held on February 11th, 2021, and a copy of the DAM report is attached to the briefing report. There were no requests to the Zoning Board of Adjustment, no environmental applications required, and there was no staff design review required for this project. At this time, I will turn it over to the applicants for a sound check. Mr. Wagstaff,
Here.
are you? Great. If you're ready, you can start.
Okay, I think we may also have Bill Gaddy from Truck Development available.
I'm here as
Um,
well, yeah.
Okay. So this is a project to infill a portion of the first floor of a project that was recently completed. So the overall project is called 8th and Penn. And the rendering here depicts that complete project, which is an apartment building with commercial retail space on the first floor. This project is just to infill the first floor in the McNally building portion of the project on the far left there. So the storefront at the bottom left. The project consists of 4 apartments in the back portion of that space and a coffee shop in the front portion that would be accessed from the storefront at the front. So you can go to the next slide, please. So this just shows you the location in downtown, the area within the building, and then a floor plan in context. Go to the next slide. So in the lower left-hand corner, that's a photo of the building as it exists. The storefront was completed as part of the 8th and Penn project. So this is essentially an interior project. The blue area is the part that we are building out, and it extends all the way through to the back to the passageway, which is the photo on the upper right-hand corner. And it has an exterior wall along the west side that's on Maddock Way, which is the photo in the upper left corner. Okay, go to the next slide, please. This is just another site plan. I don't think I need to spend any time on this unless there are questions later. Keep going. Landscape plan is, all the landscaping is existing. We're not proposing any changes to the exterior. Okay. Now this is zooming in. The blue represents the coffee shop that will utilize the existing storefront entrance off of Penn Avenue. It will be an accessible entrance. And then the coffee shop will also have access at the rear into a new corridor we're creating, which will connect to the primary lobby for the apartment building. The coffee shop also has a stair, an internal communicating stair that will access a small basement area that they will utilize for their back of house space. And then the yellow area are the 4 apartments. 3 of those apartments will be accessed through the corridor, so off of the primary apartment building's lobby. And the 4th one will be accessed off of Maddock. In the upper right corner, there's an existing rear door there that we're proposing will be the entrance to that apartment. They will all be leased and managed as part of the 8th and Penn building. Each of those 4 apartments has a small loft with a bedroom and bathroom. Okay, next one. This is looking at the front elevation. This is the existing storefront. We're not seeking any signage permits at this point, just showing you what exists. Okay, next slide, please. The only changes on the exterior have to do with the existing windows. The existing windows were fitted, they were replaced as part of the 8th and Penn project, and that included installing some louvers in some of the transoms based on an expectation that this was going to be an entirely commercial space as opposed to a mix of commercial and residential. So we are proposing to remove some louvers and put in transparent glass. and then put new louvers in other locations along Maddock. Won't significantly change the appearance of the building. It's just kind of rearranging things a bit. And I think that's the last slide.
Okay, great, thank you. At this time, we take no public testimony, but are there questions or comments from the commission?
No questions here.
Hold
Okay,
the audio now unmuted.
I have one.
okay, Holly, go ahead.
Okay, just to clarify the situation, you said 3 of the apartments are entered through the internal corridor. Do they not have any external entrances for safety's sake? I mean, to have it two entrances, or exits, I should say, I guess, to get out in case of a
They
fire?
have 2 exits through the apartment building, just like most apartment buildings. So,
But not, okay.
you know, when they go out of their door into the corridor and they're in the apartment building, they can exit to Penn Avenue, or they can exit to the rear at the pedestrian passageway.
Kendra Corbett has joined the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you for that question. Any other questions? Okay, we'll see you at the next meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Menu bar system to navigate. Press
that
left
takes
right
us
arrow.
Item C, which is ZDR 2020-07260, address 925 Technology Drive. Ms. Kramer.
Good afternoon. I'm Ann Kramer with the Planning Department. Before I give my overview, I just want to do a brief sound check. Is McGarry Luginski from the URA linked up here with us? And Marty Busser, Ryan and Vina? Can you all say hello? Just to make sure that we can hear you.
Yes, here. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, let me give an overview and then I'll turn our virtual mic over to you. This is an application case DCP ZDR 2020-07260. This is an application for new construction of a 6-story parking structure on parcel 11S62 in the specially planned district number 1, that's Pittsburgh Technology Center. This is an application with a minor amendment to the preliminary land development plan, that's the PLDP, the master plan for this specially planned district pertaining to this development. And this is also a final land development plan for the development. The applicant and the URA are going to present an overview of the PLDP amendment and also the development that's going to be approved or proposed. The site is currently has an existing parking structure that services uses within the specially planned district number 1, that's the PTC. That parking structure will remain, and so this new parking structure will be right next to it. And it will house specialty vehicles for Hitachi, which is located right across the street, across Technology Drive, and will house parking for other uses within the PTC. There were no requests for to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. The design was reviewed by staff and by CDAP, and the panel was overall pleased with the design. The design review summary letter is attached to the staff report. The development activities meeting with Oakland Planning and Development Corporation, which is the RCO in this area, was held on July 20th or July of 2020, pardon me. The report is also attached to the staff report. The applicant's responses to the FLDP review criteria are also attached to the staff report. And with that, I will let McGarry take over for me.
Thanks, Ann. Good afternoon. Thank you all for having us. My name is McGarry Luginski. I'm the senior project engineer for this project with the URA. The URA will be constructing a 600 space parking garage in the Pittsburgh Technology Center, also known as PTC, along 2nd Avenue in the South Oakland neighborhood of Pittsburgh. A demand study was performed to adequately size this garage. The new garage will support the Elmhurst Group development adjacent to our site. 88 spaces of the 600 will also go to the current tenant of the existing asphalt lot, Hitachi Rail STS. This will be the final parking structure in the PTC site. During the design, the PLDP was amended to meet current and future needs of this site. I would like now to introduce our architect, Martin Busser of Indivina Associates Architects. He will present our design and further discussions items. And thank you. And if you have any questions, we can answer after the presentation. Marty?
Thank you, McGarry. Thank you, commissioners, for listening to us this afternoon. The next slide, please. So this is our overall of where we are at the Pittsburgh Technology Center. The next slide goes into some more photographs. This is an aerial shot from Google to show our site is where the existing surface parking lot is. Immediately adjacent to the left in the photograph is an existing parking garage that serves mostly the Hitachi Rail office structure across Technology Drive, adjacent to the Mon River. Next slide. This slide shows some existing site photos. You can see the surface lot in different angles. The top left is from the intersection of Technology Drive at the entrance, where you can see the existing parking garage in the background. The top right is from 2nd Avenue, looking across the existing surface parking lot to the Hitachi office in the rear. The bottom left is along Technology Drive, and the other two bottom photographs are again along 2nd Avenue, showing the surface lot and how it's currently surrounded by hedgerows and trees. Next slide. This slide just gives a quick zoning summary. We are in the SP1 district. The way the PLDP was written was that a parking structure minimum height would be 3 stories or 45 feet. And then the maximum height would be 90 feet. There are no setbacks except for contextual setback. So we are using the existing parking garage along 2nd Avenue to create that setback. The PLDP, as you will see, had a restriction for parking garage heights to be 60 feet and 5.5 stories. We have requested that be amended to allow for 90 feet and 7 stories, which is still below the allowable structure height within that section of the PTC. The bottom there says that we have 600 parking spots. There will be 60 bicycle parking spots within the garage. The footprint's about 31,000 square feet. We're going to have a total height of around 81 feet, which would include a rooftop solar array structure. And it'll be about 6 stories to meet the 600 car parking limit that we're looking for. Next slide. So the next series of slides, we did the first page is the current PLDP, and the next page is how we want to amend it. So this is the title page. So we're, again, just modifying it to September of last year is when we put this together and have agreed upon it. The next slide shows the uses for the district. So our site is the bottom right site. You will see a gray box that is a parking garage surface lot. That is the existing garage. And then to the left of that, where the surface lot currently exists, had been planned as a business residential mixed use location. So the next slide, we have modified that to include it in that parking garage and surface lot category. The next slide. This shows the height restrictions. So there were 3 sub-districts within the technology center that had different heights. Sub-district A along the Monongahela River was 45 to 90 feet. Sub-district B, which is between that district and 2nd Avenue, allowed 45 feet to 125 feet. And then sub-district C is over on the left near the Hot Metal Street Bridge. So the next slide shows that we have modified this to include our 2 parking garage parcel on its own parcel. Again, when we read through the the text, it allows a maximum height of 125 feet. We did not want to change that. We simply wanted to change the verbiage that capped a parking garage at 60 feet. And we did not want to do it throughout that whole sub-district in case any future developments wanted to build a garage, which we are not planning. This is going to be the final garage, but we didn't want to make that change throughout the site. So the next slide will show the new verbiage for the sub-district D. Oh, sorry. These are cross sections that show the building heights. You can see in section, I believe B at the top has that max garage height of 60 feet. The next slide, please. There. So here's our new language for sub-district D. Item 2 is what changes to allow a parking garage to have a maximum height of 90 feet. And the next slide shows the section through there. That is section E that we added, which allows that 90 feet. And then the next slide, this is the PLDP's materials. Again, kind of down where you see that number 1 is our site. The existing garage was there. A building in where we're putting the garage along Technology Drive had a glass and metal, and it wrapped around Technology Drive to 2nd Avenue. We modified this slightly to work better with the design of the parking garage. So the next slide shows 2nd Avenue. We've called that for a masonry with metal facade, which is kind of in line with the rest of the 2nd Avenue facades, where it's masonry and glass. And I believe those are the highlights of what we are modifying in our the land development plan. So the next slide, this gets into our presentation for the structure itself. The image on the right shows the massing of our new garage versus the existing with the Hitachi office building across it, Technology Drive. The next slide. These are a series of diagrams that we developed early on to figure out what type of garage best works with the site. It's a small site, it's a narrow site. It's challenging to make a parking garage fit, but we tried all the different scenarios from the most efficient, kind of the top left where you have the flat deck donut with a ramp in the middle, and the kind of peach colored vertical lines show that we are over our restraints, as you know, our boundaries along Technology Drive and our contextual setback along 2nd Avenue. So we worked through these whole iterations till we came up with the bottom right, which is what's considered a double helix garage. That's a one-way traffic flow pattern where you circle your way up, and then at the center you cross over to circle your way back down. Next slide. Here's our proposed site plan. 2nd Avenue to the drawing north and Technology Drive to the drawing south. There currently is not a sidewalk along Technology Drive, so we are including a new 8-foot sidewalk in front of our building along Technology Drive. There are pedestrian entrances and elevator towers on each end of the building, so that sidewalk allows for pedestrian movement to either stair tower. Along and continuing along Technology Drive, we have a green space that we're able to create where we're going to line with narrow trees, which happens further along Technology Drive and some other development. So we're keeping that landscape style consistent. We are including a line of trees that currently exists. We will put new trees along kind of that green space. And if you're familiar with the site, there's that existing kind of stone marquee to denote the technology center. So we'll have that tree buffer between that stone and our garage. And then we're going to line trees between our garage and 2nd Avenue. There's also going to be a bioswale to help with our stormwater management in that zone between 2nd Avenue and our garage. There's 2 vehicle entrances to the garage. The vehicle entrance denoted on the right of the plan will be for the ground floor only. That is to serve Hitachi Rail. They have oversized trucks and things that come to the site, you know, those types of trucks that you see riding down the railroad tracks. They wanted to have some parking dedicated for that. So the ground floor of this garage will be solely dedicated to Hitachi, where they can park those types of vehicles. The vehicle entrance to the left will enter up through a ramp, and the rest of the general users of the garage will enter that site and be able to park on levels 2 through 6. Next slide. So here is a more detailed plan of the ground floor that I just spoke of that Hitachi would have for their private use. The right side, you can see there is the stair tower, the pedestrian entrance to get to the upper levels. And then there is a bicycle parking zone that stretches the whole length. That will be protected from vehicles by bollards and curbs, and it also serves as an accessible entrance, as you'll see later, for the ground floor to reach the accessible parking spaces in the rear. That's all on nice 2% flat area. And then this level would dip down a few feet and go beneath the other decks. And again, it's a one-way loop, and you exit out again at the same location. There's another island to the left of that where we have the rest of the pedestrian entrance for the ground floor. There's also 4 bike loops that will be able to charge electric bicycles. So we're providing 8 electric bicycle charging locations there. And then on the left side of the plan, you can see our 2nd stair tower, as well as a private back of house trash collection area for whatever trash and recycling programs happen within the garage. Next slide. Here we're showing the 4 accessible entrances to the garage. The ground floor, as I stated before, has an accessible entrance by the bicycle parking. There's also an accessible entrance in the top left that can also be accessed the Hitachi level. And then both stair towers on the right and left have elevator access to each of the floors and are fully accessible. There's a total of 17 accessible parking spots throughout the structure. Due to the nature of the structure with the double helix design and making a private level on the ground floor, the accessible parking spaces are located near the elevators on each floor, and they're spread throughout the building. And there will be signage denoting that to be the case. Next slide. This shows the vehicle entrance gates for the upper levels. So you can see the ramp that I spoke of on the left, and then the control gates are there on the ramps in the middle, and you continue your way up the garage to the right, following a one-way traffic pattern. Next slide. This is a typical level showing the one-way around the garage, angled parking, and the center crossover to go back down whenever you may want to. There are typically 2 electric vehicle charging stations per floor. Again, we wanted to keep those on a flat level, and so those get placed near the elevator tower on the left on each floor. And here you can see there's 1 accessible parking space near the left tower and 2 accessible parking spaces near the right tower. Again, all where there's 2% or less grade. Next level, or next plan. When the URA approached us to design this garage, it was a big thing to have sustainability as for the structure, and we're fully on board with that and are appreciative of having an owner who wanted to do that. So we are going to pursue the ParkSmart, which is similar to LEED, but it's built specifically for parking garages. We're currently able to achieve a silver certification for that. This rendering shows you that we are planning a solar array for the entire roof, and that's actually going to provide about 93% of the energy that the building requires. So we have 93% on-site renewable energy, and that includes the 12 electric vehicle charging stations that I spoke of. Those use a lot of power, so we're quite excited that we are able to achieve 93%, including those with this solar array. Continuing on there's 12 charging stations, additional 8 for bicycles. Some of the things for the Park Smart certification, we're going to have a free tire inflation station for vehicles, a free bicycle repair station, the waste and recycling programs, construction waste management, regional materials, and the stormwater management that I touched on earlier with the bioswale. And there's also a underground storage for quantity control. Next slide. Here's the elevation along Technology Drive. I can get into materials a little bit later, but we are planning a precast parking garage. What's unique and nice about this is that we can actually do a flat kind of squared off top for this parking garage, because that is our structure for the solar array that I spoke of. So we're integrating that all into the design, so it all will flow seamlessly. Both ends have glass stair towers, just for security and to make them nice and inviting. And then we're also looking at using some metal mesh screening at different places to help accentuate and add some detail to the garage. So again, this was the elevation on Technology Drive. You can see the 2 kind of vehicle entrances, the right side for Hitachi, the left side for the rest of the users. Next slide. This is the elevation along 2nd Avenue, and also the Parkway would see this. Again, you see that kind of L-shaped metal screening. And then we also have other aluminum kind of decorative items to play with the different depths of elevation. Next slide. The drawing on the left would be the east elevation along Technology Drive, where that stone monument would be in the foreground. And then the west elevation on the right would be the elevation that is adjacent to the existing parking garage, which if you look closely, you can see kind of we drew in there, ghosted in. Next slide. Here are our materials. We're looking at 2 colors of precast concrete. There's a lighter gray white shown in the top left. That would be our main color throughout the garage, which would create this nice frame. And then on the bottom left, you'll see that darker kind of charcoal colored precast that we plan to use for the spandrel panels that do all the vehicle barriers on each level. On the right side, you can see the metal mesh that we're planning on hanging on the building. And the bottom right is the aluminum tube pieces as well. Next slide. This is a nighttime rendering of what the garage will look like. You can see the stair and elevator tower on the left. We plan to do a glass-backed elevator on this side to promote passive security and make users feel comfortable going through the garage. The right side along 2nd Avenue, you can see that later precast creating that cube shape with the darker precast behind actually doing the structural work. And then our aluminum decorative members kind of get accentuated to create those horizontal lines. And then the metal mesh creates a nice translucency, especially at nighttime. Next slide. This would be a view from about up on the Parkway of what you see. There's 2nd Avenue in the foreground. Next slide. This is a view along Technology Drive with the existing parking garage here on the left side. I believe the next slide shows little bit more detail of that vehicle entrance. So you can see how all the components come together, the screening on the ground floor, the light precast, the dark precast, and then the glass stair tower beyond. Next slide. This is my final slide. We're just showing that these are some of the site elements that belong at the Pittsburgh Technology Center per the PLDP, lit bollards, decorative benches. These are things that we also plan to include in the site around our structure. And that concludes what we put together to present to you today.
Okay, great, thank you. At this time, we take no public testimony. Are there questions or comments from the commission? This site does not have an RCO, is that correct? No recognized community organization.
Chair Mondor, there is an RCO in this area, and there was a DAM, a Development Activities Meeting. The report for that meeting is with the briefing report to you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
Can you just characterize it, Anne?
The report?
The meeting.
Oh, the meeting. Oh, I will have to take a look at it. I'm sorry.
Or can the applicant do that for us?
Yeah, it was well received. I think there were questions mostly pertaining to what that would do to the traffic in the area. We did not have the traffic report complete at that presentation, but we have submitted it to them since, and they seem to be okay with that from what I've heard.
Commissioners, other questions? Can I ask, did the URA put this through the P4 system of evaluation as well, or for sustainability?
I'm not as familiar with that, so I do not think we did.
No, we did not.
Okay, thank you.
At least that I'm aware.
Other questions, commissioners? Okay, we'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to item D, which is Lawrenceville Inclusionary Housing Zoning Overlay Amendment. Director Dash and Mr. Corbett.
Thank you, Chair Mondor. My name is Andrew Dash, Director of City Planning here for the department, and here with Christopher Corbett, staff, to introduce the Inclusionary Zoning Overlay District. This is a permanent overlay that will be created in the zoning code to replace the iPod 6, the Interim Planning Overlay District 6, which is the Lawrenceville Inclusionary Zoning Pilot Overlay District. Move on to the next slide. So what I'll do is I'll just give a brief overview of inclusionary zoning, what it is, where we've gotten to, how we've got to this point. Christopher will talk a little bit more about how that's worked specifically in Lawrenceville and what we've seen, and then introduce the permanent replacement and discuss, its process. So next slide. This all started back when the department undertook the work of the Affordable Housing Task Force, which it did in 2016. Next slide. And in that, really focused on 4 recommendations from that: creation of the Housing Opportunity Fund, greater utilization of 4% tax credits, preservation of existing homeowners and tenants and existing affordable housing. But then work that the department is really focused on has been around inclusionary housing and inclusionary zoning. And so we followed up the work of the Affordable Housing Task Force, specifically looking more detail at inclusionary zoning. And then, as Christopher will talk to in a minute, the pilot inclusionary zoning in Lawrenceville. Next slide. So we first undertook the Interim Planning Overlay District, which was temporary zoning for controls that took place for 18 months with the possible extension of additional 6 months. Both of those have taken place in this case. The iPod 6, the inclusionary zoning interim planning overlay district was the result of that work. Next slide. And so inclusionary zoning, what it is, next slide, is a way that we can use development regulations to create affordable housing through the construction of market rate housing by, in some cases, incentivizing, in some cases, requiring a percentage of units to be made affordable. Next slide. This does exist in a number of other places beyond the interim planning overlay district. In the performance point system that was created as a part of the Uptown Public Realm zoning district and then expanded into the Riverfront zoning district, there is an incentive-based inclusionary zoning through the use of the performance points. Before the interim planning overlay district was passed by City Council, there was a proposal to require mandatory inclusionary zoning as part of the urban industrial district. That was never passed. So then we went through the work of the interim planning overlay district. Again, in that incentive-based model, it does allow for people to get additional height or get closer to the river, for inclusionary zoning. And then in the iPod, it is mandatory. So it is a requirement that anything of 20 units or greater set aside at least 10% of those units as affordable housing. Next slide. So then I'm going to turn it over to Christopher. He'll talk about some of what we've learned in Lawrenceville and the process there and how that changes us into the IZO, the new overlay district for inclusionary zoning. Christopher.
Perfect. Thank you, Director Dash. Next slide, please. So this has been a very collaborative effort, and the effort has been led by or with the Lawrenceville United, Lawrenceville Corporation, partnership with Councilwoman Deborah Gross' office, as well as the Department of City Planning. In 2018, we hosted 3 Housing for All community meetings in September, October, and November. From those 3 meetings, we gathered that there was a lot of interest and support at those meetings, and it resulted to Lawrenceville becoming or volunteering to become a pilot neighborhood for inclusionary zoning. Next slide, please. Now I will take a look at the timeline, kind of where we went and where we're going for iPod 6. The public process, as I mentioned, took place in the fall and winter of 2018. Planning Commission recommendation of approval for that interim planning overlay district happened in April 2019. City Council passage took place in July of 2019. And then we came back to you in December of last year, 2020, to request an allowable 6-month extension with you, and you all provided a recommendation to City Council to extend the overlay district by 6 months. And that was done in January of 2021. As of now, today, the iPod 6 expiration is July 25th, 2021. Next slide, please. So we're looking at a map here of Lawrenceville Inclusionary Zoning Overlay District. The map is inclusive of all 3, Lawrenceville, Lower, Central, and Upper. In addition to 150, we have a buffer of 150 feet outside of the boundaries. So since the inclusionary zoning pilot has taken place, we're happy to announce that affordable rental and for sale units have been created. Nearly 40 units have been created total, and that's for Arsenal 201, Phase 2 Millhouse, creating 35 rental units. Holy Family, E-Properties and Development, created 5 for sale units and condos. Next slide. The inclusionary zoning purpose and process is important to understand. The purpose, next slide, please. The purpose of inclusionary zoning is being created to make permanent today, or in April, I'll speak to you about that. Permanent, we are not looking to do any edits to the zoning text as it is now, it will stay with the same regulations and standards. And although at this point, inclusionary zoning is only being mapped to the existing IPOD 6 boundaries within Lawrenceville neighborhoods, creating a permanent overlay allows it to be expanded into other neighborhoods at a later date. Next slide. So again, commissioners, you all recommended that council extend the iPod by 6 months. It is now set to expire July 25th, 2021. It was an allowable single 6-month extension, so thank you for doing that. Before this meeting today, our briefing, we did some pre-planning commission hearing mailings. About 4,500 recipients received notice that we are planned or scheduled to come to Planning Commission for hearing and action April 6, 2021 at 2 p.m. At that time, community members can provide public testimony to you, the Planning Commission, about the proposed IZOD. Public testimony can also be sent to our mailing address, which is 200 Ross Street, 4th floor, Pittsburgh, PA. Attention to Christopher Corbett. You can also, or residents can also email housing@pittsburghpa.gov. For more information, we do have a website that is active with all the updated information as well. So you may ask yourself what comes next. Next slide, please. So City Council hearing and approval, we're aiming to go around May or June 2021. Forging PGH, as you may know, it is our citywide comprehensive land use plan that is going to be developed throughout the spring of 2022. Very high level, it will definitely look at the future land use for housing, density, intensity, and affordability, focus on areas and people most vulnerable to displacement. And we do have a housing working group as one of the 6 topical working groups overseeing the plan. The other thing that we are working on is the housing needs assessment, known as the HNA. That is being developed throughout this year, 2021. Our consultant is HRNA Advisors, as well as a local firm, eHoldings, is working on to update our 2016 housing needs assessment. That updating information will be aligned with the comp plan for the next 20 years to manage growth and to do analysis on our programs and our housing opportunities. Another thing that I do want to say is, though we are not looking to change any of the zoning text, making this permanent at this point, the housing needs assessment will better explain to us what amendments can be made in the future. As well, we'll continue to do our neighborhood plans, identify exclusionary zoning as a zoning tool for neighborhoods as well. All right, so with that being said, that concludes our presentation for inclusionary zoning. I'd like to invite back Director Dash, and we'll take any questions that the commissioners may have at this time.
Great, thank you, Mr. Corbett. At this time, there is no public testimony. Are there questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Dietrich, yeah.
Hi. Yeah, I was trying to, I sent a note to Kate. I couldn't find the slideshow on the briefing reports page. So Christopher, could you put up the the page with what has been built so far?
Sure. And you're speaking, Commissioner Dietrich, you're speaking of the slide with the map of Lawrenceville and the 40 units that have been created. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You know, I think this is a really good time to use data and for the planning department to do a little more data work here. When this was passed, there were some ideas about what some goals might be. So working with Deb Gross's office and others, how many units did we think were going to happen during this phase? Did we meet expectations? There's a lot of development in Lawrenceville, obviously. So, and how do these units stack up to what's been built over that period? It'd be nice to have like a really nice table of all the things that we've passed over this period, in this period, all the things we passed, all the units, how many of them have had an inclusionary zoning number, what, and what percent, what we expected, what's in the pipeline. So also, these are I can't tell if these are done or started. So I mean, just doing some real good tables would be really helpful for folks. I think, making the sale of the inclusionary zoning districts, more of them in other council people's areas, just having a whole, 3 or 4 just really solid tables. So we've got an idea of what kind of dent this is making, besides that it's nice that there's 5 units. The other thing that would be great is who's in them. You don't have to reveal, you're not going to reveal names, but demographic data, economic, socio-demographic data, age, types of families, where they were before, where these folks were in Lawrenceville and got priced out and got to come back. Are they brand new people in the city? A lot of people want to know that because they're thinking of this as a way for people to stay in Lawrenceville. And are these folks that got to stay in Lawrenceville because of these units? Or are these folks that used to live in Lawrenceville and got to come back to Lawrenceville because of these units? Those are great stories, but they're also a bunch of tables and data. And I think at least I don't know about the other commissioners, but I would greatly benefit and have a much better sense of all this if I had it in perspective with some other data.
All right, well, thank you for that feedback. I think that we can definitely take a look at some of the data that we can incorporate, especially when it comes to demographic of residents. We'll have to do some brainstorming about how we can get that from the developer. What I will say is that the iPod, these developments are triggered if they're 20 units or more. And so any large scale developments that would trigger inclusionary zoning is one that we'll be providing data on.
Yeah, Commissioner Dietrich, thank you for those requests, because I think that would be really helpful. And in the spirit of the kind of early planning commission requests that got us to this point, it would be great to have the team that's putting together the housing study again, the HRNA team, to have some sort of engagement with us and brief us on what they're investigating. I mean, they don't have to do it, you guys can do it, but so that we make sure that when that work is done, that the Planning Commission has had some hand in shaping, since it was the Planning Commission's request that really kind of pushed, let me just say, the Planning Commission cares about this, and I know that there are opinions as to what should be researched, so just let us have that conversation with them earlier.
Yeah, we can follow up with a briefing to the commission. In addition to that, the HRNA and the department, through the housing needs assessment kind of work, are working with that housing working group that's a part of the Forging PGH process, which does include multiple commissioners as well. So both from the working group standpoint, as well as, we can give, it's not a problem for us to through a director's report or other means, to be able to come back to the full commission and brief them on the progress.
That would be great. Commissioners, other questions or comments on the inclusionary zoning? So we hear it again in 2 weeks. At that point, we're giving a recommendation.
Actually, in 4
weeks. Okay. In 4 weeks. Thank you. Okay. And at that point, though, we're giving a recommendation to City Council.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay. That
Thank you.
sounds good. Okay, commissioners, that is the end of briefing. We will begin the hearing portion of the meeting. It's 2:50 right now. We'll begin at 3 o'clock. We'll see you then. Okay, commissioners, as you come back in, go ahead and put your cameras back on and we'll know that everybody's here.
Chairwoman Mondor, this is the court reporter Dylan DeRena. I'm ready whenever.
Okay, welcome back, Commissioner Dick, Commissioner Askey, Commissioner Blackwell, are you with us? Great, thank you. And Commissioner Dietrich, are you back yet? Okay, well,
And I did get a message from Commissioner O'Neill. She's running a few minutes late, but she will be able to join for hearing.
Are you with us? Oh, you know what? Was that a yes, Commissioner Burton Falk? Sorry. Did Commissioner Burton Falk confirm she's here? I'm sorry, I missed it because I did not have my headphones on.
All the audio now unmuted.
Okay, Commissioner Dietrich's back, so we've got quorum. Okay, great. Okay, welcome everybody to the Planning Commission hearing for the 9th of March, 2021. We have 5 items on the agenda. I'll read through all 5. Item A is approval of commission minutes. Item B is correspondence. Item C is hearing and action. Item D is plan of lots, and item E is director's report. We begin with approval of commission minutes. Commissioners, we are in receipt of minutes from the 23rd of February, 2021. Assuming you've had a chance to review and have sent any requested changes, do I have a motion to approve as submitted?
So moved, Commissioner Askey.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
All the audio now unmuted.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Digg. Okay, I will do a roll call. Okay, Commissioner Askey.
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell.
Present.
Is that a affirmative to approve the minutes?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Burton Falk.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dietrich.
Abstain.
Okay. Commissioner Dick.
Aye.
Commissioner Mingo, not here. Commissioner Mondor, aye. Commissioner O'Neill, not here. Okay, great. Thank you. We've just gone through. Let me just ask you all to just affirm that you're here, and this will be the official roll call attended. Sorry. Commissioner Askey.
Here.
Commissioner Blackwell.
Here.
Commissioner Brown, not present. Commissioner Burton Falk.
Here.
Commissioner Dietrich.
Here.
Commissioner Dick.
Here.
Commissioner Mingo, not present. Commissioner Mondor here. And Commissioner O'Neill, not present. Great, thank you. Okay. So this takes us to items of correspondence. Let me get that. Okay, we are in receipt of the following items of correspondence. I'll read through all the items. Regarding the Lawrenceville Inclusionary Housing Zoning Overlay Amendment, receipt of correspondence from Matt Barron and from Tom Seabrook. With regards to DCP MPZC 2020-01245, the Larimer Zone Change Petition, in receipt of correspondence from Donna Jackson, Larimer Consensus Group. With regards to DCP ZDR 2020-12921, North Beatty, in receipt of correspondence from Lenore Williams, ELDI Community Planning Committee. With regards to DCP MPZC 2019-00422, Chatham University IMP, we're in receipt of correspondence from Dan Holland, Amy Fields, Kathy Short, Christopher Sleet, and Stephen Yelickin, Dina Holland, Vanessa Spiro, David Zorup, Mary Louise Guyot, Henry Guyot, Roseanne Levine, Richard Bondi, and Kathleen Riley O'Brien. With regards to DCP ZDR 2020-09427, address 3500 Forbes Avenue, we're in receipt of correspondence from Phyllis Wexler and Roy Wheel. And other correspondence includes notice of termination of court case SA 17-000187, date 02/16/2021, Friendship Community versus City of Pittsburgh. Notice of termination of court case SA 18-000469, date 02/16/2021, Penley Park South versus City of Pittsburgh. Okay, that takes us to our next item, which is hearing and action. So a reminder that the hearing portion of the Planning Commission meeting is where we do take public testimony, recognizing that there are people here for these cases. Thank you for joining us. Hearing means that the cases are presented for action by the Planning Commission, and that we will have time for public testimony when we will ask if you would like to testify. You can raise your hand or otherwise indicate that you want to testify, and you will be brought into the planning Zoom room by staff. There will be a gap in time between the time that you're taken out of the attendees room into the panelist room, so please be patient. And then we will ask you to state your name, your address, and any organizations you represent, and you'll be given 3 minutes. A reminder to presenters that we do have people who are listening by audio, so please do describe which slide you're presenting and what's on that slide to assist those participating via audio. And we will begin. I will read through all the items under hearing and action. There are 3, and then we'll start with item 1. Item 1 is DCP MPZC 2020-01245 zone change petition. Item 2 is DCP ZDR 2020-12921, address 121 North Beatty Street. And item 3 is DCP MPZC 2019-00422, Chatham University zone change petition and new institutional master plan. So we begin with item 1, which is DCP MPZC 2020-01245, zone change petition. Ms. Regis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commission members. This is an application to rezone 29 parcels in the Larimer neighborhood from residentially zoned multi-unit residential high density RMH and single unit detached residential high density R1DH to local neighborhood commercial. This will allow the parcels to be used in accordance with the local neighborhood commercial zoning district. At this point, we do not have an application on file for development for any of these parcels. The majority of the parcels are owned by the City of Pittsburgh. One is owned by the Urban Redevelopment Authority, and we have letters on file authorizing the applicant to file this zone change petition. A development activities meeting was held virtually with the Larimer Consensus Group on February 4th of this year, and you have that attached memo in your packet. And property owners within 150 feet of the proposed zone change were notified of this Planning Commission hearing 21 days prior. So with that, that staff is making the recommendation that Planning Commission makes a positive recommendation to City Council on this zone change petition. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicants. Want to do a quick audio check and make sure we can hear you, and then we'll turn the presentation over to you.
Hi, Kate. This is Leif Metz. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks everyone for having us. I'm here on behalf of Steel City Squash, which is a nonprofit organization in the city that provides after-school, educational, and athletic enrichment to kids in distressed parts of the city. So we currently serve 64 kids, of whom 63 come from minority families. So we're currently in exclusive negotiations with the URA to purchase a number of these parcels in Larimer to use them to construct a new facility for the program. We're currently using facilities at Pitt. Those facilities are scheduled to be demolished, so we need to find a new home, which is what we're working on. So if we can advance to the next slide, please. Skip to the next one, please. It's just showing some of our kids. We have kids from grades 4 through 12. Next slide, please. And one more slide, please. One more. Thank you. So this is showing the area in Larimer that's subject of this rezoning request. So as Kate mentioned, there are 29 parcels. They're all on the southeastern side of Larimer Avenue. And the site for this project is between Shetland Street and Joseph Street. That's where 26 of these parcels are. The 3 other parcels, which are the sort of leftmost portion of this area, are between Maxwell Way and Shetland. Those are not part of our site, but they are part of our rezoning request so that we can have one continuous LNC district if the request is approved. Next slide, please. So we have a couple of photographs of the site. This is along Larimer Avenue looking east. Next slide, please. Looking southeast across the site. This at one time was a lot of kind of neighborhood commercial space. There were dry cleaners and auto body shops. They were demolished many years ago, and the site has been vacant since then. Next slide, please. Looking north from Regis Way. Next slide. This is on the Joseph Street side of the site. On the left side of this picture, you can see one existing single family home. And that accounts for the somewhat unusual shape of the area we've requested to have rezoned because we're carving out that site and 1 or 2 parcels on either side of it so that we're leaving some undisturbed space there for that remaining homeowner. Next slide, please. This is a conceptual site plan showing how this facility would potentially lay out on the site. So as I mentioned, it's an educational program, so you'll see some classrooms there. It's also an athletic facility, so you'll see the athletic courts there in orange. Next slide, please. A couple of interior renderings we'll just quickly look at these classrooms. Next slide. Next slide, please. It's an aerial view of the classrooms and some breakout space for kind of one-on-one educational sessions. Next slide. This is the athletic facility part of the building. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this is a zoomed in view of the area subject to this rezoning request. And as Kate mentioned, it's currently zoned residential. And the type of use that this facility is going to be is recreation and entertainment indoor general. Currently in the residential district, if recreation and entertainment indoor limited is permitted, the difference between limited and general is whether you have fewer or more than 20 parking spaces. We expect to have somewhat more than 20, probably closer to 30 parking spaces. So that puts us into the general category. So this use is not permitted. So that's the reason why we're requesting the zoning change so that our use will be permitted. And you can see there on the left of the slide in pink, the existing LNC district. So our rationale is that this is a logical extension of the LNC district further to the east along Larimer Avenue. And Planning Commission in the city in 2019 approved a similar request to extend the LNC district to the boundary for the Larimer School redevelopment project. So this is just carrying that another 2 blocks to the east. Next slide, please. So this is showing how this property will look along with the existing LNC district if it's rezoned. Next slide. This is just explaining part of our justifications. So since it's the extension of an existing LNC district, in our view, it doesn't present any spot zoning concerns. The Larimer Consensus Group has a visioning plan, which among other things identifies the need for indoor recreation space for the residents in Larimer, which this facility would serve. Next slide, please. It's just references to the 2010 Larimer Vision Plan. So we've had a very long community interaction and very enjoyable with the Larimer Consensus Group, and they're supportive of our project and of the rezoning request. We've also submitted letters of support for the rezoning request from Representative Gainey and Senator Lindsey Williams, whose district this is in, as well as from the URA. Next slide, please. And that concludes their presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This time, Commissioners, I'm going to recuse myself on this item, but Commissioner Burton Falk is going to lead it from here.
Thank you, Chair Maunder. So at this time, we take public testimony. Are there any questions? Okay.
No hands are raised at this time.
Thank you, greatly appreciated. Commissioners, do we have any questions or comments regarding this request and presentation? I'm sorry, I was on mute. Do we have a motion from the floor as stated in our packet?
So moved.
Commissioner Dietrich, Commissioner Dick. All right. We have a move, a second. I'll go into roll call. Commissioner Askey.
Aye.
Commissioner Burton Falk, aye. Commissioner Dietrich.
Aye.
Commissioner Dick.
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell.
Aye.
And I think I've got all the commissioners at this point. Motion carries. Thank you very much. You have a great day.
You do the same.
Thank you, Commissioner Burton Falk.
You're welcome.
Okay, that takes us to item 2, which is DCP ZDR 2020-12921, address 121 North Beatty Street. Mr. Kunek.
Unmute myself. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Kunak, Senior Planner with Zoning and Development Review. This is an application for new construction of 4-story multi-unit residential building with 42 dwelling units. It's located in the neighborhood of East Liberty in a UNC urban neighborhood commercial zoning district, which is also located within the Baum Center Corridor Overlay District. The current use is a surface parking lot. There is no registered community organization located in East Liberty, therefore no development activities meeting was required. This project was reviewed by staff and CDAP. The applicant worked to address comments and staff have no outstanding concerns. The design review summary letter is included in your hearing report. Applicant responses to the iPod 3 review criteria of chapter 922.13.c for this project development plan are also included in your hearing report. Staff recommends approval with the condition that final construction plan shall be reviewed and approved by the zoning administrator, and final site plan comments from the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure be integrated prior to issuing the final record of zoning approval. At this time, I will turn it over to the applicants for a sound check.
Hi, this is Kevin Wagstaff.
And John Janaki with Trek.
Bill Gaddy with Trek is here as well.
And Tanya Markevich with PWWG is here too.
Okay, thank you. I believe your presentation is on the screen.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. You can go to the next slide. So this is a 4-story apartment building, approximately 42,000 square feet, contains 42 apartments, including 9 2-bedroom units and 33 1-bedroom units. It also contains some amenity space, and it's in the UNC district in East Liberty. Go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Bill or John, do you want to say a few words about community outreach?
Yeah. When we developed the first phase, this is the second phase of the development. You can see on the bottom slide some of the buildings that we built in phase 1. This really was a commitment to try to build units that were torn down with Penn Plaza, when Penn Plaza was torn down. And we had a commitment to replace and to give a preference to former Penn Plaza residents. So we met with local groups, Penn Plaza Support and Action Coalition, for both phases, phase 1 and phase 2. Multiple times we have a commitment to house people in our development. We actually have 8 project-based units in phase 1, all of which have former Penn Plaza residents designated to go into those units. In addition to that, we've met with ELDI multiple times. They have commented on our proposed phase 1 and our proposed phase 2. They've made comments, and we've actually changed our buildings a little bit. Kevin can talk a little bit about that to accommodate them. We've also met with Village Collaborative. So that's our community outreach.
Just a moment, sir. Could you identify yourself, the last speaker?
Yeah, my name is John Janaki with Trek Development Group.
Thank you.
Kevin, I think you may have skipped over a slide on accessibility, slide 3. There you go. Yeah, so just a quick summary on accessibility. The building is accessible, the building entrances, we have accessible parking, all the amenity spaces will be fully accessible, common room, fitness room, laundry, that sort of thing. Then we have 6 units that will be accessible units, and will also be equipped for hearing and vision impaired. Then 1 additional unit, a regular unit, a not fully accessible unit, will also be for hearing and vision impaired residents. And then the balance of the units will all meet visitability standards, meaning a visitor in a wheelchair can visit the apartment and access a bathroom. Okay, jump forward a couple slides to the site. So this is an aerial view showing the site. It's near the McDonald's along Euclid Avenue, behind the old detectives building that's now was the Schoolhouse Electric building. And it has North Beatty Street as its main front street, with Ansley and Harvard on either side. It's very close to the kind of the core of the downtown, the main street of East Liberty. Next slide, please. Okay, this shows the just a slide from East Liberty's community plan, showing that the site falls in what they call the transition zone, right on the edge of the town square, the central district, and close to then the northern residential district. Next slide, please. This is just zooming in. I think one of the comments from the briefing was you'd like to see a bit more about the immediate context. So the red is the building. The site actually includes the parking behind it. To the west of that, you can see the detectives building. To the left of it is the McDonald's and its parking that surrounds it. To the right, to the north, the yellow buildings are the phase 1 Melons Orchard project, which is just now being completed and leased up. Directly below that to the east is a parking lot, an existing parking lot that I believe is owned by the URA. And you'll see in our 3D views that we have developed a conceptual plan for how that could be built out, although that is only a concept at this point, but it shows how it would complete North Beatty Street. And then the fourth corner of Ansley and North Beatty is the Duquesne Light. I think it's a switching facility, old building there that is built right to the street. And then you can see the relationship to Garland Park, the residential neighborhoods to the north and west, and then the commercial mid-rise buildings to the east and south. Next slide, please. These are some views on the site. So just quickly, the upper left is looking north on Beatty. So the new building will be on the left. You're seeing a little bit of the Duquesne Light building on the right and Melons Orchard phase 1 beyond. The building, the view in the lower left is looking down Ansley Street with Schoolhouse Electric on the left and McDonald's on the right. And our project would be between the Schoolhouse Electric building and the medical office high-rise building beyond. The other views are kind of similar, looking the opposite direction on Ansley, and then looking towards, from the site towards phase 1. Okay, next slide, please. More views of the context. So the upper right view is standing at the corner of Harvard and Beatty and looking at the development site. You're seeing the new construction beyond at the Old Penn Plaza site in the distance there. The view directly below that is of the URA parking lot that will be across the street from our project. And then the upper view on the left is looking down Harvard Street. Again, the new building would be between the detectives building and the medical office building beyond. Okay. Next slide, please. This is a survey drawing of the site. Shows it's a single parcel. North Beatty is our front across the bottom of the page, Harvard on the left, Ansley on the right. And then we share a property line with the former detectives building at the top. Okay, next slide, please. So this is showing the basic site plan of the building. The site is such that in order to fit an apartment building, a double-loaded corridor apartment building, and the required parking spaces on the lot, what we did was to recess the back of the building to accommodate parking under the building, just at the first floor. So we have 30 off-street parking spaces, which is this required parking utilizing the bike parking reduction. Then the first floor of the building has an primary entrance onto North Beatty Street at the southern end, closer to the commercial district, and a rear entrance in the recess to serve the parking lot. All of the common functions are at the southeast corner around the entrances. And then the remainder of the first floor is a series of townhouse-like apartments that have their front doors on North Beatty Street, which continues the way that we developed the new apartments or townhouses along North Beatty Street in phase 1. The parking lot has curb cuts at both Harvard and Ansley Street, so it's a drive-through situation. This also indicates our bike parking. We have bike parking at the front of the building, which would likely predominantly serve visitors. We have bike parking in the rear of the building. There might be a better view of that on another slide. Let's try on. Yeah, this at least has it labeled. So you'll see there's bike parking out on the sidewalk at the front. We also have bike parking at the rear in the parking recess, so readily accessible from the rear entrance. And then we have protected indoor bike parking at the north end of the building, accessed by its own entrance off of Harvard Street. You'll see that again. I think we can continue. I guess it's worth pointing out here that North Beatty Street and Harvard Street were newly built, the public space of those streets, the public right-of-way, by URA project that has been done in conjunction with this housing project and stitched the streets back together. That work is largely complete. So next slide, please. Showing the landscape plan. So we have partially from some prodding from ELDI, we've really maximized the number of street trees around the building. Some of the street trees are part of the URA project. We're proposing to add more along Ansley and Harvard. We also have the zoning required landscaping to buffer the parking along the west property line and at Ansley and Harvard, except where we have our curb cuts. And then the building is set back at the first floor from the property line enough to have some landscaping around the perimeter of the building between the sidewalk and the building, which will help provide a bit more privacy for the ground level apartments. Okay, next slide, please. The project does have a complete stormwater management system. Given the tight constraints of the site, we've utilized a subsurface stormwater management system that will be located under the parking lot behind the building. If you have questions about this, we can go into it in more detail later. Okay, next slide, please. Regarding our sustainability measures, this is a PHFA low-income housing tax credit project, and as part of our commitments to PHFA, we are going to seek to achieve an Enterprise Green Community certification and Department of Energy Zero Energy Ready certification. That will include following Energy Star standards, reducing the energy use for each of the apartments that will result in utility savings for the residents, for the building landlord. And things like appliances will be Energy Star certified, plumbing fixtures will be water sense labeled, in other words, reduced water usage fixtures, and materials in general will be low VOC, such as flooring having a floor score certification. Okay, next slide, please. This is the construction management plan. This was prepared by Mystic Construction. It's providing pre-construction services. So this is showing a proposed closure of the sidewalks along Ansley and Harvard and North Beatty Street between the two. And then lay down space, presumably leased from the URA on the parking lot directly to the east. And if you have questions, we can address those. Let's keep moving. Next slide, please. Now, this is the bike parking slide. So this shows the locations and the number of bike parking. So 4 bike parking spaces on the front at North Beatty, another 2 bike parking spaces under the recessed parking at the rear. So that meets our requirement for the unprotected spaces, and then 10 bike parking spaces in the pink room in the upper right there for the balance of the bike parking spaces. Okay, next slide, please. It's a slide looking at the materials. We do have 3D views we'll show you in a few minutes, but this is showing the base of the building is predominantly masonry. The majority is brick. So it's showing a sample of the brick we're looking at. There's a small amount of limestone masonry at the primary stair directly adjacent to the building entrance. The upper floors of the building are clad in a variety of synthetic wood products. There's lap siding in the middle. We're looking at enlivening that a bit by using a varied exposure. In other words, the height of each lap board, they wouldn't all be the same. There are spandrel panels at the windows that will have an accent color. That's what that yellow band is representing. We're also using a flush horizontal siding in a few places, particularly at the stairs and at the fitness room. And then as a counterpoint to the horizontal lap siding, we have areas that are vertical siding in a board and batten pattern. That's what's shown on the left. Okay, next slide, please. I'm not going to spend much time on the elevations. I think it's much better to look at the 3D views, but these, we do have the elevations the building is required. This is the primary, the front elevation along North Beatty Street. You can see that the building is clearly organized with a tall base, primarily clad in masonry. And then the upper floor cantilevers out over that base slightly and is treated as more consistent from floor to floor, so the upper register of the building. It's approximately 53 feet high, 4 stories. Okay, next slide. This is just showing the south end of the building. The fitness room is on the corner. And the laundry room is also on this side. Next slide. So the north end of the building, so facing the phase 1 project, Harvard Street, and it's the base here is enlivened by having the bike room open onto the street there. Next slide. And then this is the rear of the building, so facing the inside of the block. And you can see where the columns are. That's the recess where we're able to fit the required parking. And the rear entrance is located there. Likewise, our service entrance for trash and recycling opens onto the rear here. And the north stair, the secondary stair, is the vertical element that extends up in order to access the roof. We're locating all of our HVAC equipment on the roof so that we won't have problems with sound, and we really don't have the land area to put them on the ground. Okay, next slide, please. These are 3D views. This is standing on Ansley Street looking at the east elevation of the building. To the right is the URA parking lot. So this shows at the corner of the building is the fitness room. Right next to that is the building entrance. Above that is a common balcony that's accessed off the elevator lobby at the 2nd floor. And all of the elevator lobbies in the recess, the vertical recess there, have daylight views out to the street, as does the adjacent primary stair, which is right next to the elevator, so we're encouraging use of the stair. The dark kind of slate blue-gray is the lap siding. The light soft gray is the board and batten vertical siding. The kind of yellowish gold bronze color is the fiber cement flat panel spandrels. Red is the brick. And the very dark gray at the fitness room is the flush reveal horizontal siding. Go to the next view, please. So this is just zooming into the building entrance, the base of the building. Again, the fitness room is on the left, then the building entrance, then the stair tower, which is clad in limestone. And then right to the other side of that is the common room, which has a lot of storefront onto the street. And because we are set back from the property line, there's space there for some outdoor furnishings for the residents to use. The closer view of the balcony, which also serves as the entrance canopy. Okay, next slide, please. So this is looking, I think in the briefing there was some question about, well, what about the other side of the street? So this is a view looking at, looking north along North Beatty. You're seeing phase one beyond on the next block, the proposed building on the left. And then this is showing an idea that we generated with Trek of how you could do residential townhouse type units facing North Beatty that would be essentially the front to a parking garage that could be behind it, in order to try to really recreate this as an urban street, as a primary connector for residents of East Liberty between the residential districts to the north and the downtown. Okay, next slide, please. This is just looking at that same idea again. So to the far right there, you're seeing what could be a structured parking solution for parking there instead of the existing surface parking lot, but not bringing that all the way out to North Beatty. Okay, next slide, please. This is just looking at the building more obliquely from the opposite corner at Ainsley and North Beatty. So you see the face of the building to the south. This also shows that its scale is quite comparable to the scale of the former detectives building or the Schoolhouse Electric building, which is also 4 stories. Okay, next slide, please. This is just showing you the context. Okay. All right, next slide. Looking at that view more frontally. So all apartments above, the fitness room on the corner at the front has more glass, a bit less glass to the left side of the first floor because it's a management office and a laundry room. And then the parking at the rear. And you can see the street trees as well as trees along the property line between the proposed building and the former detectives building. Okay, next slide, please. That's just looking at that corner in the opposite direction, showing that we are again comparable in scale to the context that's beyond the McDonald's building. That's the back of one of the 2 apartment buildings that are along Penn Avenue across from each other. We're very similar in scale to that building. Okay, next slide, please. This is now looking at the rear of the building from Harvard Street. So the bike room is at the bottom left there. You're seeing the planting trees around the parking lot and the recess at the rear of the building for the parking. So the treatment of the building material-wise is consistent front and rear, since the rear of the building is generally going to be visible. Not like embedded in a block. Okay, next slide. So this is looking at the north face of the building, facing Harvard Street. So we're standing in the parking court of Mellon's Orchard Phase 1. And again, apartments on the upper floors. And in this case, it's an apartment on the first floor to the left, and then the bike room on the right. And then we're looking at the essentially driveway of the parking lot. Okay, next slide, please. And that's just looking at that corner of where the building would be. Okay, next slide. Again, this is addressing your questions about the relationship, kind of the larger context of North Beatty Street, how we're building that out. So this is a view with the townhouse units along North Beatty Street in phase 1 and phase 2, the project before you. On the right, it is taller in scale, so it steps up from about a 2-story scale to a 4-story scale there. And then the grayed out element on the left is the concept for a residential building fronting a parking garage in that block on the left side of the street. Okay, next slide, please. I think we're near the end here. This is just a close-up view of Beatty Street, showing the idea of the townhouse units that have their front door on the street. So there are 5 units here where they're set back from the sidewalk. There's some planting, and they have a door and windows facing onto the street. 4 out of those 5 units are loft units that have a mezzanine for their bedroom and bathroom. And then the 5th one is a fully accessible unit. Okay. That may be the last slide. Let me know if there's a next slide.
That is it.
Okay.
Yeah, great, thank you. Okay, at this time, we take public testimony. Is there anyone who would like to speak with regards to this project? Please raise your hand or otherwise indicate, and we'll bring you into the room.
Okay, Lenore Williams, you should be unmuted.
Yes. Hello, my name is Lenore Williams. I'm here representing Baum Center Initiative and authorized to speak on their behalf. I reside at 216 South Millville Avenue, Pittsburgh 15224. I know that you have a letter from me also on behalf of ELDI. This project also falls within the Baum Center Overlay District. We did hear a presentation by Trek last month, as a matter of fact, and we did have great endorsement for this project. A few things that we did want to see, though, is something for the bike storage parking room, as far as having access within the building, not just outside of the building for security. We felt that people would be more inclined to take their bikes up to their room if they could not have easy access to them. We appreciate the additional trees that were done. That was a big plus. We appreciate the affordability that's been made in this project, as far as the income levels for people to be able to have fair and equal housing. And not a big fan as a whole of the balcony situation. We also realize that there is the Garland Park that's pretty much across the street as far as public access. But the 2-person balcony is just not enough for a 42-unit building. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak with regards to this project?
No other hands are raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, are there questions or comments? I'm not sure I understand the comment about the bikes. I assume you guys have heard this before. Can you just explain the concern and how you might have addressed it or could address it?
If you could go back to that bike slide, that would be helpful, and we could talk about that. So I'll wait till I've got the slide so I don't get my numbers wrong. Of course, we're required by zoning to provide one bike parking space for every 3 apartments. And then we're also utilizing it for the bike parking reduction. So yeah, we're required to have 14 bike parking spaces. And then 60% of those are required to be what zoning calls protected. The issue, the concern is that in our design, the bike parking is located as its own independent element that's accessed only from the exterior as opposed to from the interior. And we thought of it as a positive in that we were getting more activity on the street, but it is admittedly a negative in terms of direct access from the building's elevator lobby to the bike parking. It's more like just if you go get your car, you have to go outside into the parking lot and walk to your car. In this case, you have to go outside and walk to the bike room. We have not created an interior entrance at this point just because of the planning constraints of the design. We don't have enough room at the south end of the building where we have the lobby and the common room and fitness and laundry and trash to fit the bike room. But we do have enough room at the north end of the building where we have the mechanical room and the north stair. So it's what we have done is to provide options, I guess, in response to that, to say we've provided bike parking at the front of the building. We've provided bike parking at the rear of the building that's outdoors but under cover in the recess. And then we've kept the bike room where we had it. So.
And that gray area that's to the left of that bike parking, is that inside or outside or covered or?
That's inside, and that's our mechanical room, our hot
Okay.
water heaters, electric and water service entrance.
Okay.
And that's accessed through the bike room. I mean, the only way I think we could make to make it directly off the lobby would be to probably compromise our parking, our car parking that's in the recess. So we were reluctant to do that.
I can imagine, I appreciate the concerns that we heard from the community, but I also appreciate that you're trying to bring some activity in a space on that side of Harvard. I can imagine that if people started chaining their bikes to trees, you have enough room in front of the common room to put some more outside spaces, lockup area, if you needed to. So thank you for that explanation. Other questions or comments from the commission?
Chair Monder?
Yes, Commissioner Dietrich.
Are there public monies in the project?
John, that one's probably one for you.
Yeah, there is public money in the project. It is low-income housing tax credits through PHFA.
Mhm.
So that's one source. There is money
Has that been
from,
approved? Has that been approved already, or?
yes, it has been approved.
And how much?
I don't have the exact number, but it's roughly $1 million in tax credits over 10 years, which would give us somewhere 10 million in tax credits, something like that, and about 9 million in equity for that project.
Mhm.
There's URA money involved in the project. I don't have the exact number. I don't know, Bill, if you know the number, but there is URA funding as well.
Do you know of under which URA line?
I think it's RIDIP money, but they're supplanting some of that with El Tridra,
right,
which was the new source of affordability generated from the Penn Plaza increment.
Do you know how much that is?
I want to say roughly $1 million, somewhere around $1 million.
We could get you a more precise pro forma if you'd like to see it.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Sure.
Commissioner Dietrich, do you have other questions?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Other commissioners? Okay. Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve as stated in our reports?
So moved.
Commissioner Askey, second.
Also,
Second, Commissioner Blackwell. Okay, thank you. I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Askey,
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton Falk,
Aye.
Commissioner Dietrich,
Aye.
Commissioner Dick,
Aye.
Commissioner Mondor, aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to our last item under hearing and action, which is DCP MPZC 2019-00422, Chatham University Zone Change Petition and New Institutional Master Plan. Ms. Rakes.
Thank you. So this is a application for a zone change petition from multi-unit residential moderate density RMM, single unit detached residential very low density R1D VL, single unit detached residential low density R1DL, 2-unit residential moderate density R2M, and residential planned unit development district RP to EMI, which is educational medical institution. A notice of this hearing today was mailed to property owners 21 days before the notice today. In the institutional master plan, which I won't go through the details of the plan, but generally there are 4 new developments in the 10-year development envelope, which are additions to existing buildings. The transportation impact study for this IMP has been approved by the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure. The application is within the registered community organization area for the Squirrel Hill Urban Coalition, and they held a development activities meeting on September 1st of 2020, and you have the memo summarizing that meeting in your packet. The applicant has updated the IMP and presentation to address some of the issues raised at the briefing. One additional comment I will make just sort of as background for the institutional master plan. In the EMI zoning district, so if this went ahead and the zoning was changed to EMI and the institutional master plan was approved, where a demolition is not included in an institutional master plan, and an institution wanting to demolish a structure, that would be subject to site plan review, which is code section 905-03D5. And the zoning administrator could choose to send that demolition to Planning Commission for a hearing, for a report and recommendation to Planning Commission. And then as is standard for any properties located in a locally designated historic district, Historic Review Commission would have review and approval over any proposed demolitions. So just background on demolitions as it relates to institutional master plans there. Otherwise, in your report, you have the applicant has provided a written statement in response to the Planning Commission criteria for both the institutional master plan and the zone change. And our recommended motion from staff is recommending approval to council on both the zone change petition and the institutional master plan. With that, I will turn it over to the applicant to make your presentation. Kate, I see you there. You want to just do a quick audio check and make sure we can hear you?
Sure, this is Kate Tunning.
Perfect. So I'll turn the presentation over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you, commissioners, for having us here today. Before I get started, I want to see Walt Fowler from Chatham University here, if you wanted to give an introduction.
Yeah, sure, Kate. Just a brief introduction. Thank you for hearing this today. We believe that this plan is really an inward-facing plan, represents modest growth for the institution, actually pretty low growth for the institution. And so the idea here was to have this plan not only be consistent with our strategic plan for the institution for Chatham, but also to be an improvement for the neighbors and for the surrounding constituents. So we've tried to have a continuing dialogue with various neighbor groups, including a number of dialogues actually since the briefing only a month ago. And I believe those were very constructive kind of contacts with some of the neighboring groups, and also generally pretty positive. And so so anyway, with those comments, I turn it over to Kate.
Great, thank you, Walt. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So just to start off here, as to why we're here, Chatham University's Shadyside campus is in a residential multi-unit moderate density zoning district. And this designation does not reflect the characteristics or the uses of a university. So Chatham would like to rezone the campus to an educational medical institutional zoning district. This involves the institutional master plan process, which really increases transparency with the community by describing the growth goals and any planned physical improvements over the next 10 years. This zone change to an EMI district will allow the existing uses and any proposed developments to really create a holistic approach to future zoning review as some of these individual projects are pursued. What you see here on the screen are two maps. The first on the left is the existing zoning map with the purple outline indicating the university-owned properties. And the map on the right shows with the darker gray background the proposed EMI district. You'll also note that on the left-hand side, there is a Murray Hill Historic District that is on the left of the campus. And there's an overlap where one property within the EMI is also within the Historic District. We anticipate there would be no change to the Historic District and that the EMI designation would not impact any of the review processes that are associated with the Historic District. If you go to the next slide, please. So the institutional master plan, we've organized it in accordance with the Department of City Planning's guidelines for institutions to follow in preparing a master plan. And today we're really going to focus on the goals of the institution, describing that 10-year development envelope and some of the guidelines, summarize the infrastructure plan, the neighborhood enhancement strategy, as well as the mobility. If you go to the next slide, please. So Chatham's master plan, Chatham University celebrated 150 years of growth over this past year. And the master plan really reflects their vision for the campus to enhance the lives of their community members. If you go to the next slide, please. The master plan builds upon the university's strategic plan by creating spaces that support their mission and their goals. These are to enhance academic excellence and the student experience. And the master plan includes recommendations addressing campus learning environments and spaces that support student life. To expand Chatham's leadership in sustainability and health, the master plan highlights and reinforces the stewardship of the campus landscape and the existing building assets. It also strengthens the capacity for the education in the fields of science. If you go to the next slide, please. So as we talk about the Chatham University's history, it was founded in 1869. And since then, Chatham's campus has grown to include 3 campus locations. The East Side campus was established in 2008, and the Eden Hall campus opened in 2014. With that additional space and the distribution of some of the programs across these 3 campus locations, there is capacity to add back some students, faculty, and programming at the 37-acre Shadyside campus, which is what we're here to talk about today. I'm going to go to the next slide. The map that you're seeing on the screen here highlights the Shadyside campus here in green. And you can see the pastoral park-like setting through all the trees and open spaces. And it's really in the midst of the Squirrel Hill neighborhood. To the right-hand side of the slide, just to orient you, is Fifth Avenue and the Shadyside neighborhood. To the left-hand side of this image is Wilkins Avenue, leading over towards Squirrel Hill. If you want to go to the next slide, please. As we look at the campus, the topography of the campus and the relationships between the buildings and the open spaces really create campus character districts. And as you'll see moving forward, the design guidelines for the 10-year development envelope establish standards for future development and does that in a manner that aligns with each of these character districts. The campus as a whole contains 37 buildings and has about 770,000 square feet of building space. If you want to go to the next slide, please. In terms of the existing conditions, there are a number of programming uses distributed across the campus. Fifth Avenue is a hub for student apartments. And south of Fifth Avenue, going up the hill to the academic quad district, there are a series of buildings that have classrooms, offices, and labs surrounding that historic and new quad areas. The new quad area has the library and some assembly spaces. And then you have more of the administrative uses as they continue from the quad area towards Woodland Road. The university has been incorporating solar thermal as energy generating facilities for some of their dormitories, which you can see in the map on the right-hand side in brown. And the yellow there indicates their library, which is really an infrastructure hub for the campus. Go to the next slide, please. On this map, the buildings here in pink indicate the properties and the buildings that Chatham has really invested in over the last 25 years. Really focusing on that adaptive reuse of these existing built assets. And they range from the creation of the athletic fitness center to strategic renovations that really bring new life and new uses to the existing buildings on campus. Go to the next slide, please. Here we've put together a timeline of our master planning process. Throughout this process, the university has been in dialogue with a range of stakeholders. These groups include on-campus faculty, staff, and students, also immediate neighbors who, along with the university, form what's called the Woodland Road Association and have shared ownership over the private road that runs through the campus. They've also been in dialogue with surrounding neighborhood associations and neighborhood groups, including the Squirrel Hill Oberlin Coalition, which is the registered community organization, as well as the neighboring Shadyside Action Coalition. And then, of course, we've been in dialogue with city planning throughout this documentation process. The university, throughout the development of the document, has had it posted on their website and has kept that up to date as drafts have been produced. And this timeline shows the stage of each of our planning processes, starting with that information gathering, analysis, concept design, and the master plan development, along with the stakeholder groups that continue to be engaged at each step of the process there. If you go to the next slide, please. So to talk about what we heard, first we're going to go through what we heard from the university leadership, staff, and students. We heard that there is a need for larger classrooms as class sizes have grown, gathering spaces for events like their convocations and conferences, spaces that support student experience, including some lounge and study spaces, and a student center, but also having those spaces connect and strengthen the indoor-outdoor campus places. There's also a need for more dormitory space. And then as a co-ed institution, the athletics programs have grown and there's a need for additional athletic space. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So what we've heard from the community organizations, in an effort to ensure and expand outreach for the development activities meeting, Chatham University mailed over 250 flyers to the addresses provided by city planning that were within 150 feet of the university to advertise that meeting and try and get as much input on that process and the master plan as we could. And if you want to go to the next page. You can also see on that engagement schedule on the left, it's a timeline of the various meetings with community groups and neighbors throughout the process. And although there is a recent meeting with the Murray Hill neighbors that has yet to be added onto that list. And what we really heard from these groups was support for the improved character along Fifth Avenue and really reinforcing Fifth Avenue as a primary campus gateway. We heard that there's a goal to minimize traffic on Woodland Road. Discussion around stormwater and how green infrastructure improvements on the campus could help some of the downstream flooding. The landscape on campus really adds character, and there was great concern over the preservation of the canopy to preserve that characteristic and quality as an asset for the campus and the neighborhood. And more recently, in dialogue with some of the Murray Hill neighbors, we've heard the need to turn Murray Hill Avenue into a front entrance rather than kind of a service access area to the campus. We've heard the need to better identify some of the intended uses for properties neighboring, adjacent to neighboring homes. And the need for some ongoing regular dialogue to continue with neighbors and be strengthened. And if you go to the next slide, please. So Chatham's growth goals. The university is planning some modest student growth and faculty growth over the next 10-year horizon. Using the 2019-2020 school year as the baseline, Chatham anticipates an increase of around 250 students, with growth primarily in the undergraduate programs. The addition of about 70 staff members would help to support that student growth. The university does not plan to expand the campus footprint. So if you go to the next slide, please. So here you can see a map of that 10-year development envelope. And it really builds on those existing campus assets and accommodates this growth through renovations and building additions. The dark purple that you see on this map indicates the building additions, and the light purple indicates building renovations. As part of this 10-year horizon, the university anticipates adding around 100,000 square feet of space. There will be improvements to the campus character planned along Fifth Avenue as apartments are converted and renovated into dormitories. The improvements to academic spaces are focused around the expansion of the Buell Science Building, renovations to Falk that improve classroom space and promote and enhance that indoor-outdoor connection. And student experience will be enhanced through the addition to the Athletic Fitness Center to increase those athletic spaces, but also an expansion of the existing Dilworth Hall dormitory along the quad at the center of campus and the renovation of the Anderson Dining Hall. In the next few pages, we're going to run through the guidelines for each of these campus districts just to give you a sense of those proposed development projects and the relationship to campus and the surrounding neighborhoods. If you go to the next slide, please. So the Fifth Avenue district, we're going to start here. One of the goals is to bring that pastoral character of the campus to Fifth Avenue with streetscape improvements. This would include relocating the existing parking lots serving those apartments to the rear of the properties. It includes pedestrian safety improvements with regard to upgrading signalized intersections at Maryland Avenue, and plans to widen the sidewalk along Fifth Avenue to make it more pedestrian friendly and to provide space for people as they wait and to get on and off of the bus in that area. But can also plan to accommodate some of the future BRT improvements along the corridor. Paths are created to allow students to move across campus at the building level without necessarily walking along Fifth Avenue. Presently, there's not a parallel connection between those buildings on campus there. And a goal to strengthen the gateway at Woodland Road with the renovation of the Thompson House and focus that as a primary entrance for the university. And the remainder of the buildings in this area will be renovated as dormitories. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So in this rendering, you can see Fifth Avenue is at the bottom of the page, kind of running diagonally there. And you can see that the parking lots have been replaced in the front of the buildings with some landscaping, bringing that open space character down to Fifth Avenue. And there is a parallel path that's kind of closer to the buildings at that upper level to allow students to move back and forth across those buildings. And then you can also see near the Buell Science Building that there currently is a stair that connects this Fifth Avenue area to that historic quad area. And the goal is to strengthen and improve that connection as well. Do you want to go to the next slide, please? And here you see a street level perspective showing the widening of Fifth Avenue, the relocation of some of the historic walls to maintain that character, and the addition of landscaping to provide a much more pleasant environment along the busy Fifth Avenue stretch there. You go to the next slide, please. And what you're seeing here is a view of the renovations to the Thompson House. You're looking towards Fifth Avenue, and the Thompson House would be renovated and a new elevator would be added to the rear of the building to enhance accessibility to that site. And you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so with the academic quad district, the goal here is to activate the campus public spaces by improving the indoor-outdoor relationship with the buildings facing the quad and the historic quad. This will be done by increasing transparency at the ground floor of buildings and activating them with student-centered spaces. 4 building additions are planned in this area that will be in scale with the existing structures. At the top of the page, there are 2 additions shown on either side of the Buell Science Building to expand some of the laboratory spaces. In the middle of the page, there's a dark purple bar that would be the expansion of dormitory space from the existing Dilworth Hall. And then in the dark purple, just below that, there is a square there that connects Dilworth Hall and the carriage house. This addition is also intended to improve accessibility across campus, providing an elevator that allows folks to navigate from the lower campus area up to the quad. The development guidelines that we've put into the institutional master plan establish setbacks for these new additions focused on the perimeter of the campus. However, building setbacks interior to the campus are established by the delineation of the campus open spaces, and additions will not infringe on these open spaces as they're important character defining features for that campus. You can go to the next slide, please. So here you're looking at, just to give you a sense of the massing and the scale of what's being proposed as part of these additions, we have a series of slides here that show in the bottom left an existing Google Earth view. The upper left shows a potential plan diagram. And then the larger image on the right shows some of the massing and intent with regard to kind of the urban design diagram of these additions. The first one we have here is the Buell Lab expansion. And you can see with the white volumes on either side of the existing building that the goal would be to build upon the existing circulation of the building and expand lab spaces on either side there. Through that process, this is where the connection from the Fifth Avenue apartments comes up to campus. So there are some opportunities to strengthen that entrance point and gateway area. You want to go to the next slide, please? And here's a view standing in the quad, looking at this building and just the scale of it relative to the existing structures on either side. Can you go to the next slide, please? And here we're looking at the expansion of Dilworth Hall. What you see in the plan diagram, the orange space would indicate some additional dormitory rooms, and the green within that plan would indicate kind of the entrance and common spaces, bridging between the new and the old, the existing building. When you look at the 3-dimensional diagram on the right-hand side of the page, what you see with the white volume is that the new building would continue the massing and scale of that existing Dilworth building, which is the 2.5 to 3-story scale of campus. There's also an opportunity there to strengthen and improve that pedestrian connection and access to Murray Hill and have an arrival point here on campus in that quad area. You can go to the next slide, please. And this talks about the addition to the Athletic Fitness Center. And if you look at the large image on the right, the massing diagram, you can see right now that there is a 3-story addition plan that, again, builds off of the existing building circulation and would be located on top of an existing plaza space that's underutilized at this time, and would really be in scale and character with that Athletic Fitness Center, keeping below the roof line of the primary structure there. If you want to go to the next slide, please. And here's an indication of the renovations to Falk. What you can see in the large sketch on the right-hand side are the introduction of large windows at the ground floor level, the connection through some indoor-outdoor seating areas that can further activate the quad space, and potentially a more defined entrance that can connect through that building to the historic quad on the other side. And if you want to go to the next slide, please. So as mentioned in the earlier slide, these additions would not infringe upon the defined open spaces as part of the institutional master plan. So what we're showing here is a figure within the master plan that identifies each of those campus open spaces and names them as far as their character. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So as we look at how these improvements enhance accessibility across campus, this is an important factor for the university as they've been making accessibility improvements over many years to increase and improve the accessibility on a very hilly campus here in Pittsburgh. On this map, you can see that the blue lines indicate the accessible paths and the blue triangles indicate the accessible entrances. What we've done in the master plan is try and focus accessibility improvements on connecting any gaps that are missing within those blue lines, which are primarily where you're traversing a larger grade. And we're doing this through where you're seeing the orange squares, new building additions and renovations that would include elevators that would allow visitors to navigate that grade going through the new structures. This slide also is showing some existing bike racks and where they're located on campus. Right now, they're primarily located at the entrance to Mellon Hall and Anderson Hall, which is the dining area, and then also closer to the quad space in between Braunfels Coolidge and Woodland Hall. In the green circle, as you can see, where new bike racks are proposed, focused primarily at the perimeter of the campus to really maintain the pedestrian scale of that existing path network. We want to provide ample opportunity for folks who are coming to campus to have a place to put their bike as they walk to class and move throughout campus. This also supports the transportation demand management strategies of promoting alternative modes of travel and the overall goal of reducing traffic on campus. And if you want to go to the next slide, please. Here we're showing the Woodland District, and the plan here is to focus on the conversion of the Beatty House back into a dormitory, but really maintain the open landscape space as a buffer to adjacent residences. If you move to the next slide, please. As we think about the 25-year horizon, we had three potential projects that could be considered. One would be a building along Fifth Avenue that could also help to traverse the grade from the Fifth Avenue area to the quad. There would be the potential to do an expansion to the library that could allow for more gathering or conference spaces. And then a potential mixed-use building addition that could be adjacent to Woodland Hall, which right now has both classrooms and dormitory spaces up above. Go to the next slide, please. So Chatham University is committed to green infrastructure improvements on the campus with the goal to mitigate some of the downstream flooding that's been experienced in Shadyside during large storms. The master plan identifies several potential green infrastructure projects, the first of which is in the Chapel Hill area, where the university has been working with PWSA on an improvement that should be complete in the end of this summer of 2021. But there are some additional areas that are considering for improvements. What you can see in the light purple is the future reconstruction of the main quad area. In the darker purple, the potential for some rain gardens and some other green infrastructure along Fifth Avenue that would reduce some of the runoff from the hillside and the parking lot above. And then the thought to retrofit some of the existing parking lots with permeable paving and some rain gardens. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So the Chatham Arboretum includes 115 different tree varieties, and the university, in collaboration with the Shade Tree Commission and Tree Pittsburgh, have planted 415 trees since 2013. The existing tree canopy covers approximately 50% of the campus area. And the map on the right shows the 10-year development envelope with the tree canopy in light green. There's an overlay indicating location where proposed projects may impact the tree canopy. And for each of these projects, the university will work with a certified arborist to establish a tree protection strategy. But we've also identified areas where additional tree canopy could be added to replace any of the potential loss from these projects. If you could go to the next page, please. So in terms of Chatham's commitment to sustainability, they've made numerous commitments to various programs focused on energy performance and carbon neutrality. A primary one of these is the STARS program, the Sustainability Tracking and Rating System, which is really very much a comprehensive program focused on universities. And Chatham has the goal of achieving a platinum rating. But you can also see here the commitment to the President's Climate Commitment Challenge of carbon neutrality by 2025, participation in the 2030 district, and a goal to have 100% clean and renewable electricity by 2030. So on the right-hand side of the slide, you can see some of the ways that the university will be implementing that through this master planning process. The first of which is, maintaining the assets and being a steward of those existing structures and reinvesting in the building envelope improvements to improve the performance of some of those existing buildings. Another would be that the building additions will be designed to a minimum of a LEED Silver standard and will consider certification. In terms of renewable energy, 90% of the total electricity usage is from renewable energy credits. In terms of energy tracking, there's a goal to sub-meter some of the buildings right now that just due to the age of the buildings are connected and to sub-meter them so that they can track each building's individual performance. And then to consider, to continue the efforts to install solar thermal panels at the dormitories as well. So if we want to go to the next slide. So in terms of the neighborhood enhancement strategy, the university will continue to collaborate with the surrounding neighborhoods and neighborhood organizations to meet regularly and enhance communication as projects in the master plan move forward. The university is committed to maintaining the residential properties at the perimeter of campus, particularly those on Murray Hill Avenue, and keeping the residential character that helps to contribute to the neighborhood. As part of this neighborhood enhancement strategy, the university is in dialogue with the neighbors to define the uses intended for these perimeter properties. And if you want to go to the next slide, please. And at this point, I'm going to hand this over to Cindy Jampol from Trans Associates.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Cindy Jampol from Trans Associates Engineering Consultants, and we have performed the transportation study associated with the master plan, of which this will be a brief summary. The first thing that was done was to conduct a transportation survey of students, faculty, and staff, working with DOMI to develop a survey instrument that would be acceptable to them. This is a brief summary of that survey. The results of the employee survey indicated that about 70% of employees drive to campus, with 5% on transit, 10% walking, and the rest biking or telecommuting. Next slide, please. The undergraduate survey indicated that nearly 64% of the undergraduates live on campus and only 19.5% drive to campus presently. Amongst graduate students, close to 70% of them drive to campus, with another nearly 20% walking to the campus. These things are all foundational to the development of the Transportation Demand Management Plan strategies that I will discuss later in my presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide indicates the bike routes that are located around the campus. We've got the on-street routes, the cautionary routes, and bike lanes on here. And Kate has already identified bicycle facilities on the campus, both existing and planned in one of the previous slides. And part of the initiatives is to encourage additional bicycling in places to capture and park bikes as people enter campus and transform themselves into pedestrians once they arrive. Next slide, please. This is a graphic of the existing public transit network as shown, and pretty much the campus is surrounded by a lot of different bus routes on Fifth, on Wilkins, some on Shady, that make it entirely possible to commute to the campus via public transit. Next slide, please. In coordination with DOMI and with city planning, we came up with a scope of study as required, and the scope of study that was approved by DOMI for traffic study is shown on this slide, with all of the study intersections shown. The ones indicated with small traffic signals are signalized intersections. The blue dots are unsignalized intersections. And basically this surrounds all of the access points to the campus. And we did collect traffic data, perform a standard capacity and queuing analysis at all of these intersections, do projections to future conditions at the 10-year master plan level, and come up with some recommendations for improvements for the future. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes mobility strategies, which include measures to enhance pedestrian connections, and Kate has already provided a lot of information about those. We would also add improvements to the immediately proximate intersections on Fifth Avenue to improve signal conditions for pedestrians. And also we're showing here improved crossing on Wilkins Avenue, which will be the subject of a separate freestanding study between DOMI and Chatham at a later date, and also enhancement of accessibility related to the building additions and renovations that Kate has already described. Next slide, please. Amongst the proposed mobility strategies, here's a summary of what we're recommending for the Fifth Avenue intersections at Maryland Avenue and at Highland Avenue. These involve addition of, at each location, a new pedestrian pole in one location that would then allow pedestrian signals and push buttons to be added to the intersections, and new traffic signal controllers at both that would support audible pedestrian signals. This is the latest in pedestrian safety conditions, and that is signals which are not possible or available now. So these would represent a nice improvement at that location, at those locations. Next slide, please. Okay, and this was the one that I said has been pulled out basically from the master plan and will be addressed separately through a DOMI and Chatham initiative, so we can skip this slide. Next slide, please. We also took a look at parking conditions, and on the campus right now, there are 506 spaces. That's the graphic to the left, with the possibility of an increase in parking by valet parking at very busy times in the library parking lot. In the future, the slide to the graphic to the right shows some reconfiguration of parking along the Fifth Avenue properties, and the net increase in parking spaces will be 11 compared to the existing condition, and still the possibility of utilization of the library lot for valet parking during very busy times. Next slide, please. What we've done on this slide is compare the parking supply to the parking demand. What's shown in the table at the top was from 2018. The parking supply and surplus and deficit hover right around zero, indicating that it's just about right unless there's some extraordinarily busy time. Looking to 2029, to 10 years in the future, we took a look at what the supply-demand comparison would be first without valet parking in the library lot, which shows a slight deficit at 100% and 90% efficiency between 8 and 60 spaces. Utilizing the library lot valet parking, which is available for use, improves that condition and brings us into slight deficit to surplus. In other words, utilizing the library lot for valet parking can result in adequate parking to meet the busy times on campus. Next slide, please. The other thing that we did was to develop a transportation demand management strategy with lots of different options. We worked with Chatham on this to document both their current TDM strategies, of which they have quite a few already, and then also look at some additional strategies as well. These strategies are all targeted toward decreasing the number of single occupant vehicles that are destined for the campus on a daily basis. And some other measures as well, but controlling the numbers of leases, providing electric vehicle charging spaces, and increasing those in the future, limiting the number of leases sold to students. Establishing a wait list for students, free transportation passes for employees and students, valet parking at busy times, and carpool, vanpool, rideshare matching for employees. Next slide, please. Then in addition, promoting additional biking, and we talked about additional bike spaces. There are bicycle repair stations on campus, and potentially pursuing a healthy ride station, or perhaps more than one, nearby to the campus, providing telecommuting opportunities, exploring the possibility of modifying class schedules to decrease the number of classes held at one time. Chatham does have a bike to work program already, which provides a free bike and free bike repair shop to all participants, which is really cool, and they intend to continue doing that. Also setting up a shuttle app, and then establishing a TDM coordinator who would be responsible for getting the information out to everybody on campus on a regular basis, and preparing reports to submit to DOMI with updates and evaluations of how the TDM strategies are working and what things might be changed or modified, because the TDM strategies are really kind of a living program of how to continue to reduce the number of single occupant vehicles. And that person would also administer the shuttle service. With that, that is the short course on the transportation study. And next slide, please. There we are. That's the end of my presentation.
And the end of the presentation, Kate?
It is, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, thanks again for that thorough presentation. At this time, we take public testimony. If you would like to speak with regards to this project, you can indicate it by raising your hand, and you'll be brought into the room. It will take you a couple seconds to come into the room. When you do, please state your name, your address, and any organization you represent, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, Alex Lacey, you should be unmuted.
Hi there. My name is Alex Lacey. My work address is 625 Liberty Avenue, Pittsburgh 15222. I'm an attorney with Dentons, Cohen and Grigsby, and today I'm here representing the Alan I.W. Frank House Foundation, a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and Mr. Frank himself in his personal capacity. The foundation and Mr. Frank are located at 96 East Woodland Road, which directly abuts the Woodland Character District as part of the overall EMI plan. And it's sort of directly adjacent to Fix Hall and its coordinate parking lot. Just to sort of put the interest of the foundation here, the Alan I.W. Frank House was designed by Walter Gropius and Marcel Breuer, who are sort of the founding fathers of the Bauhaus movement. modern architecture development in the early to mid 20th century. It's been seen as the most important residential commission anywhere in the world, and it's been virtually unchanged since its construction in 1939 to 1940. And Carter Brown, the director of the National Gallery of Art, has called it the nation's crown jewel when referring to residential structures in the United States. Against that backdrop, the foundation recognizes and acknowledges that within the Woodland Character District, there are no exterior renovations that are contemplated, and that there's only sort of interior renovations. But the foundation would note that within the institutional master plan, whenever it talks about shading and development for the woodland character, specifically in section 4.3.13, it refers to sort of shading and buffering within the district, and does not have any sort of express language about buffering and development between the district and its immediate neighbors, in this case, the Allen I.W. Frank House. And so the foundation's position at the moment is that they would like to see something express about that in the institutional master plan. I would note that the foundation and its representatives have been in contact with the architectural firm, and they are working collaboratively with the foundation. But at the moment, the foundation would request that any approval be conditional upon an express reference to buffering between the Woodland Character District and its immediate neighbors, specifically the Frank House Foundation. Thank you.
Don Lindsay, you should be unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Don Lindsay, and I live at 1208 Murray Hill Avenue, and I've been a resident there for over 30 years. My comments deal with Murray Hill Avenue, and I don't have any comments on the master plan. I think that the university is a great amenity to the community, and we've coexisted quite up to this point. My issues deal with the use of Murray Hill Avenue from a safety point of view, to make sure it's a safe street, and primarily to keep the single family aspect of the street. It's my understanding, and maybe it's incorrect, that some of the houses on Murray Hill will be raised, and that creates a problem. I don't know what the long-term plans of the university are, but they have 3 campuses. This isn't their only campus, and I would be interested to know when you max out on that campus from an enrollment point of view, because it sounds like this is a lot of building going on for 250 students. I was involved in the implementation of the historic district for the houses, and also for the Belgium Block street. And the purpose of that was to provide safety for our children as they were growing up. Notwithstanding the parking that is on campus for athletic events, and at other times, the overflow parking is on Murray Hill Avenue, and people don't want to park in the lot and walk up to the athletic field. It's much easier to just walk a block and park on Murray Hill Avenue. There are 5 entrances to the university, 2 of which are on Murray Hill. And I would hope that the load on Murray Hill does not increase based on the additional students that are going to be utilizing the university, and also the implementation of additional buildings for the master plan. You have 35 acres there, you have 300 acres in the suburbs, and at some point you're going to outgrow that campus. And I think you need to take that into account when you're doing your long-range planning. Thank you.
Daniel Holland, you should be unmuted.
Hi, yes, name is Dan Holland. I am the son of Dina Holland, who lives at 1140 Murray Hill, and I was also the initiator of the Historic District nomination, which passed in 2000. Yesterday, we had a meeting with Chatham that I believe was the beginning of what I hope will be more dialogue about this. But what was not discussed, unfortunately, were a number of issues that a number of my neighbors here along the street have since emailed me about that I think are really important. And especially those of us in the 1100 block need to be take into consideration. First of all, the parking and traffic flow is a significant factor, and it actually is going to be something that I think really needs to be thought through much more thoroughly. Given that there's now valet parking called for, which was never discussed yesterday. And also, I guess just in general, you know, in looking at this the engagement plan, Murray Hill neighbors were never engaged. Squirrel Hill Urban Coalition, which I had to reach out to inform them of what was going on. The councilwoman who I had to reach out to inform her what was going on from our perspective. And we even called for the meeting with Chatham. So who's going to reach out to us? There's been very little engagement with the Murray Hill neighbors until just recently. And so we've been able to communicate as a group, and we're adding names daily. But there's still quite a few neighbors that are not aware of what's going on and the impact. The second issue is this the new Dilworth expansion, which I raised as an issue yesterday. It's again something that really has a lot to do with Murray Hill. It would immediately face, as soon as you look out our window, you would see this new extension. So I think that's going to be an issue. And so we're concerned about construction, noise, access, traffic, et cetera. And now you're going to have 60 to 65 new students on campus, many of whom will may end up, along with their visitors, driving. And where are they going to park? So parking, again, is an issue. And then finally, as we mentioned yesterday, while we are relieved with the fact that these three houses, 1163, 65, and 67 Murray Hill, are not currently planned for demolition, but I guess we're continually asking the question, why do they even need to be part of this rezoning plan in the first place? So we do have concerns about the long-term use of these three properties here. I know that a number of the neighbors here have additional concerns that I may not have articulated. Hopefully they will too. But those were kind of the three big ones: traffic, impact of this construction, and what will become of these three houses across the street here. So, you know, these aren't insignificant things. There's constant flow of traffic up and down the street. And this is during a pandemic when no one's technically on campus. When there's special events, a film going on, camp, what have you, it is extremely busy on this street. So we're concerned about that, how that's going to impact the rest of the residential quality here. So I know we've got a lot of work to do going forward. I look forward to those meetings, ongoing meetings, but right now, as it stands, we have these substantial issues with the rezoning and its impact on Murray Hill.
Christopher Sweet, you should be unmuted.
Thank you. Let me just do a sound check. Can you hear me? Oh, good. Nodding heads. Very good. Okay. My name's Chris Sleet. I'm a resident at 1156 Murray Hill Avenue, a home that's directly opposite the Chatham Murray Hill Avenue entrance. And I'm going to echo a lot of what Dan just said in his previous contribution testimony, but I think it bears emphasis. I'm very much concerned about what's called doubling Dilworth, the dorm expansion in the proposal, and the development of what's referred to in the proposal as the Murray Hill Gateway. I think these could potentially negatively impact life on Murray Hill Avenue. As the plan states, the expansion of Dilworth Hall defines a new campus gateway and increases student activity and residential capacity at the center of campus. I think center of campus here should really read along the Murray Hill Avenue edge of campus. The Murray Hill Avenue Historic District is a unique, it's beautiful, frankly fragile residential area. The Chatham University representatives did meet with Murray Hill Avenue residents yesterday, but I think contact, well, as Dan described, initiated by him. What was not really addressed in these meetings were the implications of the development for usage of Murray Hill Avenue, both during the construction phase and afterwards. What are the implications of this project for congestion, noise, parking on Murray Hill Avenue? What will Chatham do to mitigate these impacts, if anything? If these developments lead to additional wear and tear on a fragile street, and you should see the state of it right now, what will be done about this? Will Chatham do anything? We seem to hear in the transportation segment of the presentation that with respect to parking, the goal is to use the library lot, which is adjacent to Murray Hill Avenue, more intensively. We already experience a significant disruption to our lives from Chatham, and I'm cautious about making Chatham the de facto front entrance for some portion of the student body. I'm concerned about what this will mean for especially nighttime coming and going of students, event hosting, noise, parking, other spillovers. In terms of the development of 1163, 1165, 1167, it's good to know there are no immediate demolition plans, but there are conversion ideas, let's say, and these were not well defined in the meeting that we had with Chatham. And my concern here is that, down the line, these will be converted into further student residences. So thank you for listening. These are my concerns. And I think these concerns are shared by other Murray Hill Avenue residents, certainly others that I've spoken to. Thank you very much.
Levine family, you should be unmuted.
Hi, I'm Roseanne Levine. I live at 1168 Murray Hill Avenue. And I would like to say that we on Murray Hill Avenue share the mutual goal with Chatham of Chatham being next to a beautiful historic street. And we know, and to that end, to keep it that way, we would request that I would request, and I think a lot of neighbors agree with me, that the houses on Murray Hill Avenue simply be left out of the plan for rezoning and just leave them as residential. If that is impossible, then we would want not just the review of any future plans, but a guarantee that those houses, that the exteriors would not be changed. And we would want a guarantee that the driveways and the backs would not be used for parking. In addition to that, I oppose an arrival point on Murray Hill Avenue. When somebody last night, I was not there because I'd like the commissioners to know that the meeting, the so-called recent meeting, was last night hastily arranged when some of us could not go because the notice was very short, and some of us work in areas like healthcare where we have to work at night, including me. But I think what the person meant was that we don't want to be a back alley, because we suspect that when you met with Woodland Road and you met with other people, that you might have made a deal that the trucks would all, for construction, would all come on our street and not theirs. And that's wrong. Additionally, valet parking. We had valet parking before. We thought it was part of the deal last time when the gym was constructed that there would not be valet parking again. That valet parking was a nightmare. Instead, you could consider for the transportation plan doing the same thing that Pitt and CMU do, give your students a bus pass or bring the students in, have them park in East Liberty and bring them in by van at another entrance, or some other plan. But that does not serve us well at all. And finally, being that we do share the mutual goal of having this beautiful and historic street, which I don't understand how one house is not in the historic district and one is that you're talking about, because the whole part of the street is supposed to be historic. And I don't know how one house in the middle is suddenly plucked out of that. But regardless of that, since we do have this mutual goal, we would say that we want the commissioners to know that you have not been meeting with us. And the meeting was last night, hastily arranged, a few hours notice when people could not go on that short a notice. And so that should be rectified as well. And I don't really know about the Dilworth expansion. So thank you for hearing my testimony.
Vanessa Spiro, you should be unmuted.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Vanessa Spiro, S-P-I-R-O. I live at 1180 Murray Hill Avenue, and I sent in written comments as well. This is my first time participating at a commission meeting, and I've been very impressed. I know you've had a long agenda already. I want to second what Dan Holland said about the lack of notice and meetings with the Murray Hill neighborhood. I found out about what was going on last week, and I will identify myself to my neighbors as the person who distributed flyers over the weekend about this, because it struck me as being very important and we were not included. I am looking out on Murray Hill Avenue right now. It's a beautiful, historic, meandering road, cobblestones, beautiful homes, old trees. I'm describing it to you because the materials presented by Chatham don't have any pictures of it or any description. There's no connection in the materials between Chatham's proposal and how it impacts Murray Hill Avenue specifically and granularly, the way there is description about its interaction with Woodland Road, where there are descriptions of buffers and preserving the bucolic nature. And I think that that's because between the lack of community input from this side of Chatham and the plans, Murray Hill Avenue is not being provided with those protections and buffers. It's being turned into an off-ramp for the school. And that's why I want to explain to you what's at risk here. The 3 homes that have been mentioned and the lots immediately behind them are being proffered up as part of protection strategy, a requirement under the city code. But what's in fact happening is that the current zoning for those is being requested to be relaxed so that they wouldn't be necessarily need to be maintained only as residential settings, but they could be used for offices or educational classrooms. So that seems to me to be zoning creep more than anything. And I wanted to highlight that. And I put that in my comments as well. But the rest of the master plan doesn't really address Murray Hill Avenue and the impact. People have mentioned construction and traffic, which is a real issue. And I think if we double what Dilworth dorm size is right now, which is how I read the proposal, we will see a huge significant increase in traffic, particularly at busy times such as drop off at the beginning of the semester and move out at the end of the year. And in normal years, not during the pandemic, in normal years, it's a constant with traffic police coming by and ticketing people parked on Murray Hill Avenue. And I think we'd see an increase of that. I didn't read in the traffic study that that was addressed, the traffic issues around unusually heavy traffic flows that we can all anticipate based on an academic calendar. And I also didn't see it being addressed in the assumptions of use of the parking lot, the fact that all the parking spots that border the entrance to Murray Hill Avenue are marked for handicap parking. So the presumption of all those analysis is based on the fact that those would be utilized 100%, which I think might not be a correct presumption. And I would ask that that be examined more carefully.
Please go ahead and wrap up your comments.
Yes, I'm yielding my time now. Thank you very much.
Deb Zurowski, you should be unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good afternoon. My name is Deb Zurowski. I live at 1160 Murray Hill Avenue. Hello, neighbors, and thank you all for speaking up so wonderfully. Frankly, we did not get any notice except the notice that Vanessa sent out, and bless you, thank you very much for sending that. That's why we're here today. This is, frankly, Chatham's responsibility to reach out to us. We have addresses. We're well known in the community. You should be sending mails to us, Chatham. You should be asking for those meetings. We should not have to ask you to meet with us to talk about this. I'm very disappointed to find out there even was a meeting and that it was yesterday and that I didn't know about it. I've lived here for 13 plus years, and I agree with what my neighbors are saying. We are very concerned about parking. I have on numerous occasions communicated with Chatham Security and actually reached out to the Dean of Students to ask for support to manage the students and parking. Students park for multiple days without moving their vehicles, even though this is an area that is supposed to be limited parking. They are disrespectful to the residents. They dump garbage out of their cars. They vandalize the neighborhood cars. I have contacted many times. I've watched them do it and then called the security folks. When you talk about increasing access to campus and then you say you're going to restrict parking access, what you're saying to Murray Hill residents is that we will experience additional load on our street. We are already having difficulty parking in front of our own houses. Many of us don't have driveways. When you tell us you're going to restrict parking on campus and we know what that means, we also know that means we'll be walking a block and a half with our groceries. It's not okay. It's not right. It's not a community-focused approach. In addition, when you talk about making Murray Hill Avenue a gateway, hold up, right? We need to talk about what that even means. We need details. We need to understand what you're planning on doing, and we need an opportunity to comment with time, with access to Chatham planning folks, with an opportunity to have a vote in this process. I 100% agree with the folks who said there's probably some interaction going on with Woodland folks with the expectation that Murray Hill will take the runoff. But that's not the way it should be. We are a historic district. We are, as has been said, a beautiful community, and we need to be in part of this process. I do not agree with the planning approach that's been taken so far. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to talk.
Karen Osterhaus, you should be unmuted.
Thank you. Karen Osterhaus, 1215 Murray Hill Avenue. I would like to support the comments of my neighbors as well. But I'm here today to respectfully request that the Planning Commission continue this item to a later date and use that time to conduct more analysis and public outreach by the city of Chatham University's proposed master plan. We would like to see additional exhibits and information that might illustrate the maximum build out of what these rezonings will allow, including things like increased heights, square footage, massing, shade shadow, privacy impacts, and land use changes. I also request this item be continued to allow the public time to review any environmental documentation, plan appendices, and the staff report, none of which were made readily available online. I ask that Chatham and the city perform additional public outreach to the surrounding neighborhood. The staff report documents one public meeting with neighborhood groups and interested parties during a 5-year planning process. That meeting was held online during the COVID shutdown, rendering access to planning personnel, materials, and information difficult. Given the size and scope of the university's request and the unusual use of the institutional master plan process for an institution of this size, I believe this plan requires further study and ultimately specificity. Thank you.
Seven Yeltkin, you should be unmuted.
Yes, I'm going to be brief since most of my fellow neighborhood residents have expressed the same views. I live in 1156 Murray Hill Avenue, straight across from the entrance to the parking lot. That has been the much focus of this conversation. I'm not going to go into how disruptive various activities have been, from busing to other activities, but I would like to second the last call that we have not had enough notice. Any outreach has been done by the residents themselves and not by Chatham. And this is, I think, premature to assess the plan right now, give it a yay or nay, because there's just not been enough discussion, enough detail, and enough community outreach, especially at a difficult time when, I don't want to be presumptuous, but we do have a residences that may not be familiar with Zoom and have not been able to participate in some of these chats and meetings that were also planned at the very last minute, again, by the residents. So I am going to second the call to please extend this evaluation and give everybody time and the necessary documentation and details to really have a conversation that is not vague and evasive. Thank you.
Matthew Bolowitz, you should be unmuted.
Hi, everyone. I'll keep it short. My name is Matthew Bolowitz. I live at 5752 Kentucky Avenue. I'm trying to run through the numbers here on the presentation. I'm trying to understand them a little bit more. On the transportation survey, it states that undergraduates who live on campus walk, that's almost 64%. Do we have any numbers of those students who have parking permits? So does that reflect those students who live on campus with parking permits, but just so happen to walk to class? Hopefully we can get some clarification on that. In terms of the 10-year plan, we're looking at nearly a 40% increase in dormitory beds. However, less than 1% in an increase in parking spots. That seems entirely unacceptable to me, being a resident on the outskirts of this, outskirts of Chatham. And on top of that, the strategy for the campus to relieve the parking stress on the campus, according to the plan, is to severely limit the undergraduates from parking on campus, specifically prohibiting freshmen from parking on campus entirely. So hopefully we'll get a little bit more clarification on that. Again, outside of the campus, that those numbers just do not add up to me, and it's going to cause quite a bit of congestion in traffic. So hopefully we can, again, get some clarification. Thank you.
At this time, we have no additional hands raised.
Okay, Great. Thank you, Kathleen, and thank you to everyone who testified. At this time, we take questions and comments from the commissioners. If I can set up that we are actually voting on two things today. We're voting on a zoning change and we're voting on an acceptance of an institutional master plan. So we do not need to take that as a single vote. I'll present that. And I do want to just there's a lot of things to talk about here. I do want to just set up some kind of maybe just put some facts out there that might have been put forth in the testimony that just need to be clarified. First, there are 2,400 students, not 250 as were put forth, and it is a less than a 5% increase. The documents are available to the public. They are available online. Their full plan is available online. It doesn't change the fact that you may have not been aware of it. So I'm not trying to make any excuses for that, but I do want you to know that on the city Department of City Planning's website, both their presentation and the full document is available online, including the appendices, as was stated that it was not available. Also, I do just want to say too that according to the applicant's work, there were public meetings held from 2018. Again, doesn't mean that you knew about it or it might have passed you by, but there were indeed public meetings, and on the slide and in the document, they do have that documented for the commission. With those few things that I just wanted to either let our listeners or the commissioners know about, what questions and comments do you have, Commission? I can start. All right. It seems like the majority of these issues here are related to the Murray Avenue side of the campus, and that there are some procedural questions here about when and how they were contacted. I wonder if Chatham would be willing to come back to us after having met with those neighbors again and to bring some resolution to those. I am not really looking forward to getting into picking apart one by one the solutions when I feel like the neighbors haven't had a chance to maybe air their concerns, and we would be speculating on what their concerns might be. Although they did a great job of articulating them here, would you be willing to bring this back to us after having met with those neighbors again and had more conversations?
I'd like to respond. My name is Ken Doino, Rothschild Doino Collaborative. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We received addresses from every adjacent property owner from the Department of City Planning. Chatham did a mailing and a flyer welcoming everybody individually to the meeting of the Squirrel Hill Urban Coalition. People did attend from Murray Hill Avenue to that session and participated in that review. Squirrel Hill Urban Coalition recommended to their board and their group to provide a letter of support, among other things, that we went through a process on that over actually several years. And the Squirrel Hill Urban Coalition is the registered community organization encapsulating this area. We also had meetings through the Shady Side Action Coalition, and those, there were addresses that were certainly part of that were mailed out by Chatham to those addresses that were in Shady Side that were adjacent to the site as well. And through all that, we had an opportunity to interact. So, we welcome continued dialogue. We welcome ways to improve it, and over time. There is no intent to demolish those houses. And we stand by what has been submitted and feel that it's appropriate. There are a lot of issues that I could go through one by one here. I'd be happy to refute things that were, perhaps misstatements or misunderstandings, and work to address that. But I do not believe that having complied with the processes, the RCO, the dialogue, and the mailings, and working through those processes, that a continuance is necessarily the appropriate response to this. We're very willing to continue to talk and improve things as this continues apace. It just seems to me that that's not necessarily the appropriate next action, having gone through this for several years now. But be that as it may, a couple of things I'd be happy to answer in this context if it would provide some assurances. One is that Chatham does provide bus passes to all of its students. Chatham does van people from their site and their parking over at East Side. Chatham does provide valet parking and has continued to provide valet parking in their lots. Chatham has not changed the number of parking spaces at all. The intent of this process is to have a more predictable outcome towards the future. A lot of the increase in the student body that would be accommodated on campus would be along Fifth Avenue, which had a very specific articulation. And one of the primary goals is to take the parking spaces off of Fifth Avenue to make them pleasant front to the campus and on that edge. I think that's indicative of the university's willingness to make an appropriate edge and maintain and improve the appropriate edges and buffers on their site. They do a great care, incredible stewards to the environment and to their arboretum. And I think for that to continue around the perimeter, to get the appropriate pathway off of Murray Hill in dialogue with the neighbors would be a lovely design effort. I think that would be very helpful and welcome. At this point, we left that really as is, rather than to make any changes to that. So there's actually no changes. Their primary service is actually through Woodland Road to Anderson Dining Hall, where all their food services is serviced from, their athletic center is serviced from. None of that changes. So, there's a lot of realities that this has essentially not touched the Murray Hill edge, but I think that there would be a nice dialogue. I think that we can commit to continuing that dialogue and have a positive interaction with the community through those processes. That's our nature. Chatham has been an incredible steward to their campus. And we're happy to address any other concerns that were brought up here, as if some were just perhaps misunderstandings. But we're happy to be here, and we would have welcomed people back through the process with the RCO, and we welcome it subsequently. We just would prefer not to have that become through a continuance process in this venue.
This is Sean Gallagher, and I'd just like to echo Ken's comments. We are committed, we represented to the Murray Hill residents that we would continue to have a dialogue after today's hearing before City Council as well. But, even after the rezoning and institutional master plan is in place and adopted, that, going forward, have established a regular meeting schedule between the university and the residents. So when new developments come in on a project by project basis, those concerns can be addressed in that form. And that, things like traffic and construction can be addressed on a project by project basis in the future. So, we would respectfully request that we could close the hearing and ask for a recommendation today.
So I do want to let the public know that this is not the last vote that this project sees. The Planning Commission recommends approval to City Council. So there's still more process between here and there. Another option that the commission has is to recommend approval with conditions, which would be conditions like meeting again with the community group and addressing some of these concerns, and perhaps augmenting the plans with some information about service routes. I think, Ken, you mentioned service routes, which might not be apparent to folks where they are now and where they could be, as well as concerns over day-night traffic. And there are also concerns about parking and unpacking the analysis that was done in order to address directly some of the concerns that neighbors have. would you be willing to make some of those additions and to continue the conversation if we were to condition it as such and recommend approval to the city council?
We actually made that commitment last night too, and Councilwoman Eric Strasburger was there as well. So absolutely.
I mean, I will say to the neighbors that there's a lot to like in this plan, and there's a lot of good things in this plan. And while I do hear what you're saying, we're talking about whether or not to hold up an entire process, or can we ensure that this process can continue to meet your needs, but to address the fact that there's much else in this plan that is passable today. So commissioners, what thoughts do you have?
I think there are a lot of good points that were made on both sides, and I understand that there's still some room to grow. This is the baseline plan, and there are opportunities on a project by project basis for the community to have input, but then also through this, through going through council. I do have some additional specific comments, but I think if we're just talking about format for moving forward, I think I would be more inclined to vote today, knowing that the applicant would continue to work with the community to refine the kind of Murray Hill Avenue issues.
Commissioner O'Neill, you mean you would be inclined to vote to
recommend? Yes, to recommend.
Yep.
Hold the audio now unmuted. Camera off. Camera on.
I would agree with that.
Oh, sorry.
Excuse me, my fault. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Day.
Okay, no, I just said I would second that. I agree with what Commissioner Mondor and Commissioner O'Neill have said. I think I would be in favor of moving on with the approval and recommendations today, and with the recommendation that the dialogue between Murray Hill neighbors and the Chatham continue.
Just to be clear to commissioners and to the public, there's no motion here, but
Yeah.
Commissioner Dick did say second, but there's no motion. I don't
think I said second. I'm sorry if I did.
No. You kind of used it colloquially, Holly. That's okay.
Oh, I see what you meant. Yeah, I guess I did.
Yeah.
I apologize.
No worries.
It's not making a motion, seconding a motion.
And Commissioner Burton Falk would echo the same. I would feel very comfortable moving forward on a vote today.
Okay. Commissioner Dietrich, you're unmuted. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I probably would have started with continuing this, but having conditions and passing with conditions, I can support. I can see the problems that have had it. There's no reason for them in a good conversation and with close neighbors. I mean, the the Murray Hill Avenue and Chatham University are so much a part of that particular part of geography, and having these kind of problems at the close to the end, they're not insurmountable, and they just need a dialogue. So I would support passing with conditions that the needs and a lot of the issues on Murray Hill Avenue, however many meetings you had, that you're having a meeting last night and people are here today, means that the communications just weren't there.
Well, we welcome further communication. Thank you, Commissioner.
So what I'm hearing is that there's that what we need to be thinking about is what the conditions are. And so one condition would be to continue to meet with the Murray Hill Avenue residents to resolve issues that were brought up during the meeting. Do we have specific things we want to list, or specific categories of things?
I guess speaking generally, specific categories. Wow, that was an oxymoron. Speaking in categories, traffic concerns, I think traffic, and then just explaining, what is there already, what traffic patterns the university is engaging in already, and what may or may not change. So I think traffic, treatment of the 3 homes, and buffers. buffers.
Thank you for that, Commissioner O'Neill. Commissioners, do you have any other categories of things that we would want to condition?
I just had one, I heard it a couple of times mentioned in different ways, just the purpose and intention on including Murray Hill Avenue in the university's master plan. I heard that come up a couple times. And with it being included, what's the positive outcomes from it? And I guess mimicking Commissioner O'Neill in saying the buffers, that's important, and not becoming the alternate entrance or exit, especially during construction. I know that's a lot, but you. Those are the points.
Commissioner Blackwell, if you don't mind, I would speak to those generally in some categories. Do you feel strongly about mentioning any of those in their very specifics? Do you feel that the buffers and traffic patterns and
I think those are important, but I also think the purpose for the inclusion of that street, being that it's historical on its own, how is it becoming a part of the university campus's master plan? How is that going to affect them being historical? Will it change it? What is that going to look like? I think that's important.
Okay, I got that. I would also say that there's some work to with the community to understand the mechanisms of what it means to come under an EMI and what the procedures are for approving projects. And I would encourage Chatham to help them understand what, what happens when a project comes back before Planning Commission or up for approval. And I think that, in fact, to the community, that it puts almost a stricter review process in place, and more times that you get to be part of a public process with regards to things that are occurring by having the EMI institutional master plan process. So I think that would be good to share with the Murray Hill residents when you meet with them. So commissioners, do I have a motion to?
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
One thing just to bring to your attention, we had one individual who had planned to testify who had been trying to testify through the chat. We had given them instructions through the chat or the Q&A, and we'd given them instructions that that they would need to raise their hand. We gave them instructions on how to raise their hand. They did end up raising their hand, but it was after the point at which you had stopped taking testimony. So I just want to leave that information just for full disclosure and transparency, that there is somebody remaining who had intended or had wanted to testify who wasn't able to, and I'll leave that for the commission to handle however you would like.
Okay, so you're saying that it was a technical glitch. They were unable to get into the room in time before we closed testimony. So we could.
It's my understanding that their intent was to testify while testimony was open.
Okay, so commissioners, I'm open to allowing this person to testify.
I agree.
Okay.
I would agree as well.
Okay, so if you could, Kathleen, if you could bring that person into the room. Welcome. You have state your name, your address, any organization you represent, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Kathleen O'Brien. Is everybody able to hear me?
We can hear you. Yep.
Yes. Hello. I'm at 1171 Murray Hill Avenue. I live directly behind Dilworth Hall and right next to 1167 Murray Hill Avenue, the 3 houses that are potentially up for rezoning. Specifically, I want all of you commissioners to know that there was some transparency and some, in my opinion, we've gotten correspondence from Chatham University in the past for a meet and greet with the chancellor, addressed to me and my neighbors specifically to meet the new chancellor. That was 4 years ago, perhaps 5. So forgive me for not having that timeline. in addition to that, 2 years ago, the Chatham University kindly invited us to use their gymnasium facilities for a price. Maybe some of our neighbors did, maybe they didn't. I declined. It was for a very expensive gym membership, but although it was a nice gesture on their part, I must say. So they have done some outreach to us for things like that. But strangely, for this type of thing, we were all in the dark to some extent. And to your point, yes, the master strategic plan went to the Woodland Coalition, the stakeholder groups, the Squirrel Hill Coalition. But I feel as though there was a disconnect, if you would. Like my neighbors, I'm very disappointed that we were left in the dark. So I just wanted to say that, and I apologize. I'm on my phone as opposed to my Zoom on my computer because my daughter's on a Zoom. We were having trouble. So thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners. So for the public, if we do recommend approval and we condition it, City Council takes that condition seriously. If they feel the condition isn't met, it's of course up to them whether to approve it or not to approve it. But that is indeed, they have asked us to weigh in on if we think this is a good plan. So by conditioning it, it will affect their decision to approve it. So by us doing this today, if we vote to move it on, you absolutely still have process, and the final word comes from City Council. So I don't want you to feel like we haven't heard you. This is just still part of that process. So with that, commissioners, do I have a motion to approve with the condition that the applicant continue to meet with the Murray Hill Avenue residents to resolve issues brought up during the meeting, including traffic patterns, buffers, the treatment of the 3 single-family homes, and the inclusion of the Murray Hill Avenue edge in the plan.
So moved, Commissioner Blackwell.
Thank you. And second, Commissioner Dick, I saw. Yes. Okay, if I could do a roll call. Commissioner Askey.
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Burton Falk.
Aye.
Commissioner Dietrich.
Aye.
Commissioner Dick.
Aye.
Commissioner Mondor. Aye. Commissioner O'Neill.
Aye.
Okay, thank you for coming out to the public today. And I am quite confident that Chatham and their consultants will be in touch. So thank you all.
Thank you, commissioners.
Mhm. Okay, commissioners, thank you for that. We're on to plan of lots. We have 3 items on plan of lots. I'll read through all 3. Item 1 is DCP lot 2021-00235, address 311 North St. Clair, minor consolidation, East Liberty. Item 2 is DCP lot 2021-00243, Kelly Street, minor consolidation, Homewood South. And item 3 is DCP lot 2021-00273, 52nd Street, minor subdivision in Upper Lawrenceville. I believe we can batch all 3 of these. So Mr. Shepke, why don't you talk us through?
Thank you, commissioners. The first item on plan of lots is 311 North St. Clair consolidation. This is the consolidation of 2 parcels into 1 parcel. The new lot would have 50 feet of frontage on North St. Clair Street and would be 4,880 square feet in area. A house is located on the subject property, and the staff's recommended motion is to approve the 311 North St. Clair consolidation. The next item is the Kelly Street consolidation. This is the consolidation of 5 parcels into 2 parcels. Lot 1 would have 50 feet of frontage on Kelly Street. It would be 6,775 square feet in area. Lot 2 would have 136 feet of frontage on Kelly Street. It would be 18,416 square feet in area. A house is located on the subject property, and the staff's recommended motion is to approve the Kelly Street consolidation. The last item on plan of lots is the 414 52nd Street subdivision. This is the subdivision of one parcel into two parcels. Lot 1 would have 32 feet of frontage on 52nd Street and would be 1,925 square feet in area. Lot 2 would have 32 feet of frontage on 52nd Street and would be 2,228 square feet in area. A house is located on the subject property, and the staff's recommended motion is to approve the 414 52nd Street subdivision. That's the end of plan of lots, and thank you.
Okay, great. At this time, we take public testimony. Is there anyone who would like to speak with regards to these items 1, 2, and 3 under plan of lots?
No hands are raised at this time.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments on any of these?
All the audio now unmuted.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve items 1, 2, and 3 as stated in our reports?
So moved.
Can, second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, roll call. Commissioner Askey,
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton Falk,
Aye.
Commissioner Dietrich,
Aye.
Commissioner Dick,
Aye.
Commissioner Mondor, aye, Commissioner O'Neill.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you. This takes us to our last item, which is director's report. Is there a director's report?
There's not.
Okay, commissioners, thank you for hanging through on this one. I'm told this is one of a couple upcoming meetings that maybe a couple's too optimistic. A plethora of upcoming meetings that are going to be long. So steel yourself, get a larger thermos, a glass of wine perhaps,
Yes.
and get ready for the next few meetings. Any other items we need to talk about while we have staff here?
No, just real quick, I just wanted to say happy Women's Month. And it was nice to sit on this commission this month with the ladies. It was nice because one day, long time ago, we couldn't do this as women. So
Thank
I was
you
on
for
it.
that. Thank you.
Excellent point. Thank you.
Yeah, getting the job done, girls. All right, let's go. Okay, commissioners, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Bye. Have a great 2 weeks.
Thank you. We'll see you
Thank you.
guys soon.
Thank you all,
Thanks,
commissioners.
everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
And thanks to staff for sticking around for these
Yeah,
long meetings too.
definitely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dina Blackwell was
I
left
think
unmuted.
Andrew's beard grew longer while we were